Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. I started a few minutes late. Sorry if you got here at 1 p.m. exactly. Something came up at the last second. But anyways, I am back for another show. Always good to stream. And thanks for the likes. I see we already got a few likes on the stream. This is an interactive show, so I invite you all to participate either by sending me chat messages on YouTube or you can call in. I have a Zoom link pinned in the chat as well as a phone number. So if there's anything you would like to discuss or debate, I invite you to call in, or you can just chat. And also, even if you don't have a question or a comment, I also like it if people just say hello. So feel free to let me know if you're here watching or listening. All right, so what's new? I just recorded a video for my channel. This is my third commentary video on my calls to the David Pakman show. So that's the last in the series of videos of the David Pakman for my calls to David Pakman. So there's some news on my channel. I don't know when I'm gonna have time to edit it, but I've at least recorded the script, and then I have to weave that into the original call, and that's gonna take some time. But I'm glad to at least have done the recording of the script. So it took a long time for me to do to finally get around to it. I mean, the recording it only took 20 minutes or so, but um, it just wasn't a high priority for me. So I'm doing this like over a year after the call actually happens, but I'm glad to finally be getting around to it. So maybe that'll appear on my channel sometime in the next month. And then I was thinking after that, I can start posting clips from my live streams. Um, and I wanted to, maybe part of the reason I've been delaying on posting clips is because I wanted to have all three of my Pakman calls next to each other on my channel. Um, oh, I got a couple of people here in the chat already. Robert and Simon, hello. Robert still got his strawberry there. And it looks like YouTube, I looked up why YouTube is displaying the at names instead of the way it used to. It was a screen name. And I think it's because YouTube wants to have more, they want people to appear unique. So in case two people have the same name, I guess they're not going to appear unique. But the ats in the chat, I can show the screen so you see what I'm talking about. Um, oh, Florida Nick is also here. Hi, Florida Nick. By having this at address is always unique. And I think that's why YouTube is now displaying the ats instead of just the regular names. I don't know how likely it is, though, that people have two people with the same name would show up in the same chat. But anyways, good to see you here. And anyone else want to say hello? This is a show for objectivists and non-objectivists, for fans of Ayn Rand and people who are totally new to Ayn Rand. So I updated my description for my channel to say that. Maybe I should share that. After I had my channel monetized recently, I decided to update my description. So let me share that. Here it is. If you click on this more section, it's longer than it used to be, I think. So I chose to have start out with a line about Ayn Rand, just saying who she is. Whereas in my old description, I just started out here. I said I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. And then I was thinking, well, if you're coming to my channel new, you might have no idea who this Ayn Rand person is. And so I thought maybe it would be better to start by saying something about Ayn Rand. So I just give some basic biographical info about her in the first sentence. And then, having established that context, then I say I promote her philosophy. And so that part is the same. And then I added this part in parentheses because I say I promote her philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. And I thought, well, a lot of people might not know what Ayn Rand means by these terms, egoism and capitalism. They might have an immediate aversion to those terms, given the way they're commonly understood in the culture. So I immediately address that by inserting this parenthetical. And I say what she means by egoism and capitalism is controversial and often misunderstood and even smeared. So I spend a lot of time on my channel discussing what she means by these terms and contrasting that with conventional understandings. So that way, it might not be immediately off-putting if someone comes across this and says, "Oh, egoism, I already know that's not even worth listening to. That's horrible." So maybe some people who would otherwise be turned away will not if they quickly see this parenthetical. And then I also added this point. Rand's philosophy has the power to radically change your life and the world for the better. I got that idea from another YouTuber. I was listening to some videos about how to improve your YouTube channel. There's so many videos like that on YouTube, and I go through phases where I listen to some of those, and I happen to go through one of those phases recently where I watched several of those, and one of them was stressing the point that you have to state the value that you're offering because you don't just no one owes you their time, so they have to have some idea of why they should listen to you. And I knew that on some level before, but I thought I guess I didn't it didn't strike me that okay, well maybe I should try to say something about the value that people will get on my channel. And I didn't have a statement like this in my old description, but it struck me as a good idea. So I put in something here about how Rand's ideas have the power to radically change your life and the world for the better. So maybe that'll add some motivation. Um, I don't know how many people come across this. Actually, I wasn't sure what it gives a view count here, but this is views for the whole channel, I think, not just for this about section. I wasn't clear on what these views meant until recently. I think this is for my entire channel, like for all my videos. So I don't know how many people who come across my channel actually go to this description section, but anyways, for anyone who does, maybe this description will be more enticing than the old one. And then this part is the same. I haven't changed this. It just says some of my academic educational backgrounds. And this is also new, this last paragraph, or at least it's revised. So I say, I love discussing slash debating Rand's ideas as long as it's civil. And I invite you to participate in my live streams by chatting or calling in, whether you're totally new to Rand or have studied her ideas for decades. Hope to see you around. Yeah, this is updated. I just remembered that. So my old final paragraph said I started uploading videos to YouTube in 2019. In 2025, I started doing live streams and taking live calls. But I thought this might be a little more inviting. And I acknowledge that you don't have to necessarily agree with me by putting in debating rants. I love debating as well as discussing. So maybe that'll signify a wider audience. It's not just for people who already agree. I'm also open to talking with people who disagree, as long as it's civil. I wanted to put that in because I don't want just trolls to come on here. And I also thought it might be good to include this part, whether you're totally new to Rand or have discussed your ideas for decades. That's another way of widening my audience. And I was reminded of this entire description because of what I was just saying before I shared my screen here about I'm open to engaging with people, whether they're totally new to Rand or they've been studying her for a long time. That reminded me, oh yeah, didn't I say something about that in my new description? And yeah, here's that part. So there's that. Let me see if I have any new chats. Oh, I got a couple from Robert, three from Robert. So let me go back to that. Change my share screen. Robert says, I believe that the variety of contract issues in marriage, ranging from property ownership to childcare, support and parental rights, to medical decisions in both emergencies and end-of-life care, means that government has a crucial role in the institution of marriage. Some objectivists claim that the legal issues are largely arbitrary, or at least uniquely definable in each and every case. Any thoughts on the propriety of the state's role in marriage? Thanks for that question, Robert. Let me think about that. It's not something I've thought a lot about, just a little bit, but maybe I can give you some thoughts off the top of my head. So, the state's role in marriage. Well, first thought I just had now is that the state's proper function is only to protect people from the initiation of force. And if that's right, then it's at least not obvious that it should have any role in marriage because um, it's not clear that marriage has anything to do with that function of protecting people from force. Now, maybe if it's I mean, except insofar as it's a contract. So just like you can draw up any kind of contract and then have the government enforce that, then if marriage is just another contract, then the government would have a role in enforcing that contract. Um, but I don't know that, like but then does the government need to have a role in defining what marriage is so that it could enforce that contract? Or should that be left up to the parties involved? Um, yeah, I don't see right now that the government should have a role there, but I'm open to um, hearing arguments one way or the other. Like, what about gay marriage? Should that be the federal government decided in a case, I think it was about 10 years ago, that gay marriages should be allowed. Um, and I guess that's right, at least if the government should be saying anything about marriage, like it shouldn't discriminate against gay people. But I'm not sure it should have anything to say about marriage, like um, whether gays should or should not be allowed to get married, whether straight people should or should not be allowed to get married. So yeah, I'm just not sure, given the proper role of government, why it would have anything to say about marriage. But let me go back to your comment um, and see if I can think of anything more to say. I believe that the variety of contract issues in marriage, ranging from property ownership to child care, support and parental rights, to medical decisions in both emergencies and end of life care. All right. I'm just distracted by this chat from Stephen McGowan, who shows up as McGowan Mac, who I think is, I saw some, so this person has shown up on my chat before, and I've thought that it's likely the same person as a troll who I blocked months ago, or a rude person who I blocked months ago. And I saw some more evidence recently, which made me think it's even more likely that this is the same person as that troll or that rude person. So I'm wondering if I should just block that person right now. Um, I told I told this person last time you could call in and prove that you're not the same person that I think you are by showing me your voice. And you said you were at work, so you couldn't call in, but then you were on my chat later in the same stream and you still didn't call in. And it's been a few streams since then, and this is the first time I've seen you again. So I guess you could call in right now. Maybe I should give you a different number. You can actually, you can, I'll give you my Google Voice number and you can just leave a voicemail. We don't have to actually do a call. You can just do a voicemail so I can hear your voice. You can leave a voicemail for like 10, at least 10 seconds. So let me put that number in the chat. And you can leave a voicemail anytime. It doesn't have to be right now, although maybe it'd be good, but any time of day, any day of the week. And then I'll come back to Robert's chat. Let me just put that uh, Google Voice number here in the chat. Where's my, oh, okay. Here we go. I call it my call screening number. Got too many windows open. My schedule doesn't revolve around you. Either block me or don't. I'm not a troll. Well, why don't you prove you're not a troll? I didn't say your schedule revolves around me. I just think it's a little, it raises questions that you didn't call in last time, although you said you got off at work at 5 o'clock. Yet you were in my chat and you said you were going to call in the next show and you didn't. And I had another show after that and you didn't call again. and I've got some more evidence besides everything I've said already. Um, so it's seeming pretty suspicious. So why don't you call this number and leave a voicemail, and you can prove that you can give even more evidence that you're not a troll if you're not a troll, as you say here. There, I just put the number. All right. Let me come back to Robert. Sorry for this interruption here. Um, so Robert he's asking about marriage in the States. I saw he put in some new chats. Let me get to those. I might come back to the first chats on this topic, but let me see the new chats. Indeed, protection from the initiation of force includes a system of law, which includes, by extension, the enforcement of proper legal contracts. Oh, hold on. I gotta open up a new tab so I can see if any new calls come in. All right. Hmm. Protection from the initiation of force includes a system of law, which includes, by extension, the enforcement of proper legal contracts. Objective legal definitions of the terms on contracts is necessary to enforcement, and such definitions are not arbitrary. They are established through proper legislation and by precedents. The tax-friendly aspect of marriage is a nice aspect of marriage. It is a nice bonus, but I'd be in favor of marriage even if it increased the tax burdens. Marriage for kindred spirits is a joyous and hugely empowering institution. It's a joyous and hugely empowering institution. Why is that? I'd be curious to hear the reasons you would have for thinking that. One reason I've heard given for the value of marriage is that it makes public your commitments to a certain person, and it signals to the world your relationship status. So, um, and maybe it's a way of saying I'm no longer on the market. Um, and there can be some value in that. I guess if you don't want people to think you're on the market for a relationship, um, then marriage could be useful. Although, how is anyone going to know that? If just by looking at you, they're not going to know that. But if you've got a ring, you wear a ring, and you have a title attached to your name, like Mr. or Mrs. Well, I guess if it's Mr., it's ambiguous because men are often called that even if they're not married. Whereas for females, there's the difference between Miss and Mrs. So that's a way of signaling you're married. Um, But even if you are married, there are some people who have open marriages or affairs. Actually, Ayn Rand, she had an affair, even though she was married. Although I guess it was secret. I mean, no one outside the partners involved knew until after Ayn Rand died. I think that's correct. Um, so even if it doesn't, even if being married doesn't necessarily imply that the relationship is totally closed to people who are not one of the married partners, it at least makes it more likely that it's a closed sort of relationship, or at least that there's an ongoing commitment to being with someone. Even that, I mean, it's not certain. I guess you could be married to someone but separated, and you just haven't bothered to do the paperwork to legally separate yourselves so that you're no longer married, but you're still married on paper. Um, but I'd be interested to hear what Robert thinks are the what makes marriage a joyous and hugely empowering institution. And of course, there shouldn't be taxes. So taxes shouldn't have anything to do with marriage. That's a different subject, though. So I oppose taxes. Ayn Rand opposed taxes because they involve coercing people. So there are tax benefits right now. I don't know much about that, what tax benefits there are for being married. Does that put you in a lower tax bracket? Yaron Brook had a show several weeks ago about prenuptial agreements, and it sounded like he was in favor of them, at least these days. Um, at least under certain conditions, under many conditions. That might be interested if you're interested in this topic. And I don't know that Robert mentioned that, but that could be part of a marriage contract or maybe a an addendum to a marriage contract. Let me think if I have any other thoughts about this issue. See, I've got some more likes on the stream. Thanks for those. I think I'm just going to block this guy. He hasn't called and he hasn't chatted anymore. Maybe he gave up. And if he wants to protest his fate, he can email me and try to appeal it. But I think I might have evidence that makes it um, established beyond reasonable doubt that he is actually the same person as this guy I blocked a long time ago. Um, so yeah, he can just email me if he actually wants to try to prove he's not a troll. So I'm gonna block him right now after I screenshot these messages. Okay. Simon asks, have I ever thought about going and using TikTok Live? Yes. I tried to do that several days ago actually, but I couldn't get it to work. I got some message in TikTok and it said that it looked like I was eligible to go live. But I clicked on the links that I thought I needed to click on to download actually there was some link that took me to some place where I need to go to download the TikTok Live Studio, which I think I need to use in order to go live on TikTok. But then I couldn't find the link on the page where I'm supposed to download it from. Like there's a button that says download. Oh, I need a minimum of 50 followers to go live. I don't think I have that many on TikTok. I'm very small on TikTok. But I got some message in my TikTok inbox that made it sound like I'm eligible to do live stream. So I don't know why I would have gotten that message if I'm too small to go live. And you say you just got on and you've already made a few dollars in the live debates you've done. Okay, well that's nice. How many followers do you have, if you want to say? Um, yeah, I would like to use TikTok more. I just need to figure out how to do it. So maybe I should talk to you about this. Um, so I guess if the problem was that I don't have 50 followers, then I can take a look right now and see how many followers I have. Uh, 27 followers. So you can follow me on TikTok if you want to help me get to 50 followers. My oh, it says you only have 16 followers, but you use some friends and use their live. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll put my profile on TikTok in the chat here at Dan Norton 11. So if you want to follow me on TikTok, you can look that up. Thanks for following me there, Simon. Robert says, any updates on when YouTube might enable the super chat feature on your channel? It's up to me now. Um, so I could enable it now if I wanted, but I just haven't wanted to yet because I think it might complicate my finances to do it this year rather than starting next year. I'm not sure about that. I still might turn it on this year, but I just haven't decided yet. So um, maybe next live stream I'll turn it on. I don't know. I'll see. Um, but I definitely plan to turn it on by 2026 or once 2026 starts. If you'd like to run a live room, I have an objectivist friend who helps me do the lives. Um, yeah, that might be fun. Maybe we should talk about that off stream. You can email me. Uh, Robert puts a check mark. Okay. Um, yeah, I'll put my email in the chat here. So we can discuss that by email. Thanks for mentioning that. Great stream so far. Wow, says Ross Hamilton. Thanks, Ross. Are you new here? I don't recognize your name. Ross Hamilton. I gotta look you up. Gonna go found a business and pay people as little as possible. Thanks, Dan. You are gonna go found a business? Simon says he's a troll. Well, I thought he might be a troll. That's one reason I just went to his channel to see what it looks like. It's not obvious whether he's a troll from his channel. He hasn't said anything that's trolly so far. Although I guess the first comment makes me wonder why he says that. Like, what do you think is great about the stream? Why do you say wow? He thinks being a capitalist means paying people nothing. Clearly, he doesn't understand trade. Is that what this is? Is this a sarcastic criticism of capitalism or his view of capitalism that it involves founding businesses and paying people as little as possible? Looks like maybe he's confirming that. He says, I mean, that's what the evidence suggests. How about paying them whatever is in your self-interest to pay them? You don't want, if you're a founder of a business and you employ people, you don't want your employees to leave you. So it's in your interest to pay them enough to stay with you. Otherwise, your competitors will pick them up, or maybe they'll start their own business. So maybe paying them as little as possible doesn't necessarily mean paying them what you might call a low amount, but pay them what is necessary. Pay them what's in order to achieve your goals. And they should also do what's best for themselves. All right, so now there's a back and forth starting between Simon and Ross. I'm wondering if I should go back to this marriage topic because I feel like there's more I could say about that if I thought about it some more, and maybe I should say those thoughts or try to come up with some more thoughts now before going on to a new topic. Although I do like debating capitalism, but um, yeah, let me just come back to the marriage for a little bit at least and see if I have any more thoughts on that. So Robert was saying He believes that the variety of contract issues in marriage means the government has a crucial role in the institution of marriage. Some objectivists claim the legal issues are largely arbitrary or at least uniquely definable in each case, each and every case. And then I made the point about the state's role being just to protect people of force, and that can include upholding contracts, including marriage contracts. And then Robert said, indeed, protection from the initiation of force includes a system of law, which includes, by extension, the enforcement of proper legal contracts. Objective legal definitions of the terms on contracts is necessary to enforcement, and such definitions are not arbitrary. They are established through proper legislation and by precedent. I wonder who should determine the definition of something like marriage. Should that be determined by the states or by private individuals? Um, is there just a customary definition floating around the culture that should be used, like a dictionary definition? Um, like who should decide the definition? Some people would say marriage is between a man and a woman, and if it's not that, it's not marriage. And should one say, well, that's not a valid definition because that rules out marriages between gay people? Um, is a definition of marriage as some kind of relationship between a man and a woman, is that objectively incorrect? I guess we could let's say for the sake of argument that it is objectively incorrect and that marriage should not be defined in a way that rules out gay marriages. Then maybe it would be something like a committed relationship between two adults. I guess there has to be a definition of adult. There has to be a certain age of majority, and different countries have different definitions there. In some countries it's 18, some it's 16, some it's 21. So who determines the definition of adults? Is that um, I think there is some range of optionality, like with the age of majority. There's not one magic age, but there has to be some age for the purposes of a legal system. It's not entirely arbitrary, like so that you could say, oh, I want to define the age of majority to be 5, right? That would be crazy. But there are other ages where it wouldn't be crazy. There's a range of ages where I wouldn't say it's crazy, but there's just some optionality. And but maybe the issue of whether it's between a man and a woman shouldn't be one of the options. Uh, I haven't thought much about this. Latent, Prion, and Godspeed are here. Hello. There was another comment from Robert about marriage. He says marriage can and should be defined as clearly as other legal relationships, for example, corporation. There may be options within a range, but it is not arbitrary. Okay, that sounds right to me. Godspeed says marriage is organized breeding to establish lines of succession, inheritance, and property rights, as well as forming the nuclear family as the basis of civilization. I don't know about this part about succession and inheritance. I don't think it's, you might choose not to have any children. Of course, your spouse could inherit. So, um, but I wouldn't, but you talk about a family. I don't think it necessarily has to have anything to do with a family as its essence, at least, because you could choose not to have a family, no kids. And Rand chose not to have any children. Doesn't mean she was against it, in general. It's just that she personally made that choice. Organized breeding. Uh, yeah, maybe that's making it sound a bit too. Oh yeah, I guess that's also in. So I think this is too child or offspring focused of a definition of marriage because it doesn't have to involve breeding at all. That sounds a bit animalistic. When you say breeding, it sounds like you read too much femboy impreg fan fiction. I don't know what impreg is. Femboy, I guess that's like feminine boys, but um, is that terminology used a lot in that sort of fiction? Not to mention, once we develop artificial wind technology, the whole concept of a family would be obsolete. How does that follow? What does artificial wind technology have to do with a family becoming obsolete? The basis of civilization is merely the banishment of the non-consensual initiation of force, threats, duress, fraud. Marriage has been a system of his organized breeding to establish lines of succession, inheritance, and property rights, and yes, kinship, as much as you hate it. Families are the building blocks of civilization. Uh, I'm skeptical of that. I don't have a family-centric view of civilization. I have a more individual rights view of civilization. That's looks like that's what Prion is saying here. Civilization begins when you enforce individual rights. I think that's really key. And if you don't have individual rights being enforced, then it's going away from civilized life to barbarism. part of becoming civil is banning the use of force. In other words, upholding rights. Robert says marriage is a legal, logistical, and romantic relationship. Each element is essential. If you don't have those three elements, what you have may be called a marriage, but only by extension. Beyond that, marriage is a public declaration to the world at large, including the legal system, that from this moment on, two people are to be regarded as one unit. In law, in terms of family and household, and in terms of romance, two people are one unit. Okay, that seems right. At least on first I mean, there's something right about that. Yeah, they're considered one unit. Of course, in the deepest sense, every individual is a unit, but there's some sense in which when you get married, you're making a unit out of two individuals. He misspelled womb when he typed wind. He meant to type artificial womb technology. Not to mention, once we develop artificial womb technology, the whole concept of family would be obsolete anyway. Why would that make it obsolete? So if artificial wombs, so that means you don't need a woman to get pregnant. You could just um, maybe grow a child in a lab, maybe start it out in a test tube or something, and then put it in some kind of artificial womb. And you don't need a woman or a man at all. Maybe you need to get their egg in sperm so you can get the process going. But once you've got those elements, you can put them together in a test tube and then grow a baby in the artificial womb. That's the idea. So then the whole concept of family, well, I'm not sure why that would make the concept of family obsolete. It's just a different way of getting a child, but you could still say that that child is yours, belongs to you, is your daughter or your son if they came from your egg or sperm. So there would still be a family. It would just be a new way of creating a family. You can have 1 million families in continuous struggle with no civilization. You can have a polycule of casual lovers who are civilized by rights enforcement. Families are not the foundation of civilization. I want to fight somebody intellectually, says Prion. You want to fight over some topic tonight, Dan? I want to flex my robust, girthy, powerful mind. Maybe. Well, I do like it when people call in because that saves my voice. My voice will give out after a while. I'm still fairly early on in the stream, so it usually takes maybe at least 3 hours, I think, for my voice. But I will preserve my voice for longer if I have someone else here to do some of the talking. So maybe it'd be good if we find some topic to fight about or discuss. We don't have to fight, but uh, we can disagree civilly. Is there any topic in particular you're interested in discussing? Let me know if there is. There's something I want to test. I want to see if I can open a new window and then it not, I don't want the new window to show up on the screen. All right, so I just opened a new window and in about 10 seconds I should see, because that's about the delay, or 15 seconds. I think that's the delay from when I do something and then when it actually appears. And so far, it looks as I intended. No change. No problem. Well, if I hear something to debate on, I can call in. Yes. Yeah. Feel free to call in if something piques your interest. What have we debated on the past? I know you've called in 2 or 3 times before. I remember once we were debating a passage in Harry Benswinger's book, and I forget what else we debated or discussed. Nothing comes to mind right now. The marriage thing sounds fun, but we seem to agree, so we wouldn't actually be debating on it. Oh, you remember when I said that mercy is immoral in politics and that politicians have an obligation to be ruthless and cunning? Do you disagree? I can defend that claim. It'll be fun. Uh, oh yeah, a mercy. I do remember talking about mercy with you. You say we've debated Alex's sloppy climate change boom. Oh, that's right. Well, what you call sloppy. Yeah, you were critical of Alex and I was defending Alex. I think that was your first call months ago. But yeah, I remember I think this was our last debate or discussion about mercy. You said mercy is immoral in politics. And politicians have an ch climate change book. Um, mercy is immoral in politics. Well, I don't recall disagreeing with that. What did I say about that? I mean, I don't think you should have mercy in politics. I think there should be justice. So if someone commits a crime, for instance, I don't think you should be merciful and not put him in jail if he is a robber or something. Um, I think you should be just and punish him. And I think maybe you were saying, oh, we were talking about the reasons for punishing, like whether the reason should be because it deters future crimes or just because the person deserves punishment regardless of consequences. I think we were talking about that, something like that. and that politicians have an obligation to be ruthless and cunning. Now that part, I wouldn't say I agree with. Like, I don't think politicians should be ruthless and cunning. And maybe sometimes that makes sense, but in general, that's not something I would say they should be. Haven't really thought about that much, but I guess that's something you could try to defend. Controversial objectivist topic, says Robert. Unconditional love, valid or invalid concepts. And if you think it's invalid, try telling your infant child that your love for them is conditional. Actually, please don't. You'll scar the child for life. Leighton Prion says he thinks justice is an anti-concept. Oh, there's a typo. Oh, this N should be an is. I probably read it correctly, even though there was a typo, or I read it as though it said is. I think that the proper egoist concept is satisfaction. Oh, yeah, I remember discussing this some with you. Justice is appeasement of the altruist ethical. Okay, so you're opposed to justice, and I was saying justice is egoistic. I remember arguing that. Let me defend the ruthless cunning thing. One of the most controversial topics in objectivism. Objective means to be dependent on a mind. All right, we've got a few topics going now, and I think maybe what I should do is go with Leighton Prion's topic because he wants to call in, and I think I want to take a call. But if others of you want to call in, then I could give your topic priority. Like Simon, you haven't called in before, so if you want to call in about something, I can take your call. Robert can also call in if he wants. Anyone can call in. Um, but maybe I should go with Leighton Prion because he was the first one who mentioned the idea, and it sounded like he really wants to have a debate. He said he wants to fight over some topic. All right, sure, you can call in. We can talk about justice. You say it's an appeasement of the altruist ethical paradigm, or the ruthless cunning thing. You can defend that. Okay. Um, you'd love to have a discussion on epistemology. All right. Well, Leighton Prion just called in. I see he's entered the waiting room. So you can call in after Prion if you want. We can talk about epistemology, or if there's some other topic that you think of that you're interested in, you can call in. If you want, no pressure. All right, let me go take Leighton Prion's call now. Let me just make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. Just a moment. Almost there. Okay. Admit. Hello.
See.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Hey,
You'll
by
have a
the way,
download.
before we start, if you want to do video, you can, or we can just do audio. It's up to you.
My face is it's really good for like radio, so it's best to keep it.
All right, we can just do audio then.
Um,
As you prefer. All right, so
so
you want to talk about which topic?
so any of the two, the ruthlessness and cunningness or the justice topic, they'll probably end up doing both because you are more likely to sort of insert justice into the topic. So we'll probably end up talking about both intertwined. So I can start with the ruthlessness and cunning one if you want.
Okay,
Um,
sure.
yeah. So my perspective on it is as follows. Now, when I talked about this, you immediately thought that I was talking about criminal justice. I said that politicians should be ruthless and cunning, and that mercy is immoral in politics. And I suppose you thought I was talking about penal policy. In other words, the punishments that we hand out for crimes, or the way that we deal with, in the judiciary, how we judge crimes and so on, and whether or not we try to rehabilitate. So that's not quite what I was going for. I was actually talking about putting criminality aside, just the way that politics itself is conducted. Politicians, let's say in the legislature in the USA, or the president of the USA, um, I'm saying that, let's say, if Thomas Massey got elected, or if Rand Paul got elected, those are two pretty good politicians who most, liberty-loving people would agree are decent on individual rights and so on, right? I am saying that I expect them to lie. I expect them to cheat. I expect them to bend the rules and to be ruthless and cunning and deceptive to the greatest extent necessary to enforce my individual rights. Right. So let's say uh you know let's say that if being honest would being honest and quote civil in politics would make Thomas Massey less capable of reducing my taxes or of deregulating some particular industry, or in some way or other make it less easy and less straightforward for him to enforce my individual rights, then I expect Thomas Massey to lie. I expect him to deceive. I expect him, and I think that is his obligation to lie, to deceive, to be ruthless, to invent fabrications, to take down his opposition and so on, to get rid of the opposition, squash them thoroughly and fully to get my individual rights enforced. That is my position. I think that is the correct moral position.
Okay. Well, I am thinking that if that were true, that if lying, cheating, etc., and I shared my screen. I don't know if you can see those notes that I started to make,
Um,
but can you see that?
oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see them. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, so if lying, cheating, etc. was a way to actually defend rights, then maybe I would be okay with it. But I don't think that it is a good way to defend rights. People often make this sort of, they raise this sort of hypothetical to challenge egoism, and they say, well, what if uh, torturing babies like gave you happiness? If that was the road to happiness, like, should you do that as an egoist? And I've said, yeah, you should, but it's crazy to think that that's actually how you will achieve happiness. And then they'll raise some point about psychopaths, and they'll say, oh, well, there's some psychopaths who, well, that's how they get their pleasure. And then I'll say, well, I'm not talking about psychopaths when I'm doing moral thinking. I'm t t thinking about how people typically normal human nature. We have to assume a certain nature that humans have in the main. And um, when like Rand is giving advice, moral advice, she's assuming a certain nature, a nature such that the way to happiness is not by torturing babies or by lying or cheating, etc. Um, but if you think that in actual fact the way to happiness or well-being or the way to defend individual rights is by lying, cheating, etc., then we could talk about that. But I guess if it's just a hypothetical and we're just stipulating for the sake of argument that that is the way to defend individual rights, then I don't really see that I should object to that. I guess I could say, yeah, okay. But I just don't think that, in fact, that's how you would achieve your goal of defending individual rights.
Mhm. Um, so I think so. Just first off the bat, I think it's actually I'm personally encouraged to hear you say that you do in fact affirm that if it was in fact the case that it was necessary to lie, to deceive, to invent fabricated rumors and so on about your political opponents in order to crush them, in order to enforce individual rights, then you would support that. I think that's a good sign.
That's at
And
least my initial reaction. I mean, I haven't thought about this much, but at least off the top of my head, that's the position I'll go with.
Yeah. Um, Now it's really important to explicate and elucidate the principle involved here. So what I've just talked about with deception and lying and and making up lies about your opponents and so on, all of that is subordinate to another principle. And of course, you could say, well, that principle is individual rights itself to some degree, sort of, but more than that, it is the nature of what politics is. There's something that people do often in politics where they forget what politics is. So um, prior to politics, there is an army. You have two different warlords and they have armies, right? And all there is violence. And at some point, the, some one of the warlords is able to effectuate either a stalemate or a victory, right? And so ultimately, the victory ends up with a monopoly for the decrees, the diktats, and the whims of the person who wins. And within that resulting regime, if the person who wins is not ruthless, then there will be residual vestiges of his opponents within his regime, within his polity, the polity he establishes with his army. And those elements will continue to oppose him. And so, if he's not ruthless, they will continue to badger him, and they will set up, within that polity, they will set up a political opposition, which is not, yet military. So, politics is in effect the way that people organize themselves within a status quo, wherein they do not have the power to militarily overthrow the regime. So when you find yourself inside of a regime whose policies you disagree with and you wish to resist the regime, you start engaging in politics. It is negotiation, different forms of negotiation and pressure tactics. So sometimes you'll negotiate, and other times you will use, small bits of force, like burning down property or blocking streets, and all these. You'll organize in different ways to exert political pressure, which is the threat of force in order to improve your negotiating position. And all this is what we call politics. So what does politics really mean? Politics is it is the way that you go about trying to overthrow your military enemy, crush your military enemy, and impose your particular preferred body of laws upon your enemy while you do not yet have the power to crush them fully militarily. It is in effect how you navigate a stalemate in force, right? And so from this point of view, politics is implicit in the term politics and implicit in the status quo, the existence of a status quo, is the fact. You must recognize the fact that the very fact that you need to engage in politics means that somebody is trying to deny you the policies that you prefer. And if you happen to be an individualist, that necessarily means that, because since individualism is a moral issue, and because individualist policies are moral policies, then the fact that you must engage in politics to get your individualist policies passed into law, that means that somebody is trying to deny you your rights. The person who is trying to deny you your rights is necessarily in the wrong morally. They are morally in the wrong, and you are morally in the right. And so individualist politicians, when they are fighting against a status quo, which is denying them their rights, they have no obligation to be honest. They have no obligation to be civil. They have no obligation to not engage in slander. And more importantly, it is as if you are basically under duress, right? That's literally what's happening. You are in the USA and you want your rights enforced, but there's this political machine that it is denying you your rights. And so you are under duress. And so you have every right to lie, to cheat, to steal, and so on, to get your rights enforced. It's as if you can think of it as if you are, you're imprisoned and you're trying to escape your captor. And so the important thing is the limiting principle. The limiting principle is that I'm saying that this is necessary in politics, but not in the private sector. These are very different. They are different domains because, of course, politics is the domain of force. Someone is imposing bad policies on you by force in politics. In the private sector, it's not the same thing, right? The morality of the private sector is different from the morality of politics. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Taking some notes here. Morality of private sector is different from morality in politics. I'm curious to see
Well, uh,
what's I just
maybe
want to look at the chat for a second.
maybe I could I just maybe I stated that a little bit oddly. So it's the same morality in both cases, right? In other words, it's the morality of non-aggression, of egoism and so on, but it's expressed differently because in the private sector you're not subject to duress, whereas in politics you are subject to duress. Of course, when someone is holding you under duress, you have a moral obligation to overthrow them by any means necessary. And in the private sector is about voluntary interactions, right? So in the private sector, you are not under duress. So maybe I shouldn't have said it's different moralities, but you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It's different terms of engagement or different principles being invoked in those two different domains.
Okay, so I put it as the way morality is expressed in the private sector is different from the way morality is expressed in politics,
Hmm.
where you're subject to duress. Okay, so I was just looking at the chat, and uh, Robert says lying and cheating in order to be effective, in quotes. But Massey, but can Massey or Paul be effective if they have no moral integrity? The only reason we admire, respect, and support them is because they have integrity. That was similar to the thought I was having. Like, as a matter of fact, I doubt that you can actually achieve your goals if you are lying, cheating, etc. But I did have a thought about lying about taxes. That's why I wrote that there on my notes, because I think it's morally justified to do that, or at least I wouldn't I wouldn't morally criticize someone if they can evade taxes, because I think taxes violate rights. So um, I think it's better to pay your taxes than go to jail. But if you can get away with not paying your taxes, I wouldn't blame someone for trying to do that. But then it's like they're they're not really being dishonest, because the deepest understanding of honesty is rejecting the unreal. That's how it's formulated in Leonard Peikoff's book, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. He formulates honesty as the rejection of unreality, something like that. And what's unreal is the claim that someone has a right to your money. And what's real is the claim, or what's true is that you have a right to the money you've earned. So in a way, you're being more honest by keeping your money. You're not evading what's being evaded, or who the evader is the one who thinks that they have a right to your money. And so they tax you. So lying about taxes is a case where um, maybe that's a way of I don't know if that aligns with what you're saying, but you're going you're not just talking about lying on your taxes. Um, you also gave examples uh, like with Massey or Rand Paul, who I guess they have some good. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with their views, but I think a lot of people would call them libertarians or libertarian-ish. And I think I would certainly disagree on with some of their views on like on foreign policy, maybe. But anyways, this is minor points, just kind of asides. So, but you were saying you need to crush your enemies because, or the way you, um, here I wrote, politics is the way you try to crush your enemy until you have the power to do it militarily.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yes, I
Go
think that
ahead.
in politics you should be ruthless and cunning and merciless to your political enemies. That's not the same as your private sector enemies.
Right, because
In
you're under
political,
duress, you said,
yes,
like
correct.
you're being coerced. So well, I'm thinking of how that relates to this point about lying on your taxes. So if lying on your taxes or about how much taxable income you have is morally justified, then is it also morally justified to lie about other things
Under
if
duress,
it,
yeah,
yeah, if you're under duress? I guess so.
yeah.
Yeah. So, but like, um, I'm thinking
Dan,
how this might play out in politics. Like maybe someone says,
Dan, sorry, before you move on, in case I forget, I think earlier on you said just now that you think it is moral to lie on your taxes and so on. You said you wouldn't do it. I would be very careful about making sure that I try to really hedge that statement in some way and say something like, hypothetically, I would say that kind of thing, like just in case, because people might come back to this and then start launching attacks on the, report to the IRS and try to get stuff like that done to you and stuff like that. You probably want to uh,
yeah,
just
I was at least a little bit cognizant of that. And I tried to make it clear that, um, like I'm not saying you should necessarily do this, um, because you might go to jail. I was just saying like I wouldn't morally blame someone, um, for if they did
I get
lie
you.
on
I
their
get you.
taxes.
In a
So
hypothetical,
I'm not advising people to lie on their taxes, but I'm saying if someone did that, I wouldn't morally blame them because I understand that their rights are being violated. So, um, yeah, but I'm not advising
I'm
you do that. It's a risk that has a big penalty, which might not be worth it. So, I mean, everyone has to decide for that for themselves. Like, is the risk worth taking? Um, and I guess like virtually everyone breaks some laws. Like speeding is an example that often comes to my mind when you drive. Like almost no one goes the speed limit. Virtually everyone, including cops, I think, drive above the speed limit. But what is the risk that you're going to get in trouble for breaking that law? I think it's very low. So a lot of people do it, whereas the risk for breaking the law of cheating on your taxes is maybe higher. I don't know how easy it is to get away with that. But anyways, the question of whether you should actually break a law, I think is different from the question of whether it's immoral to break the law, because the law might itself be immoral. If you're breaking an immoral law, which I think tax laws are, then I'm not going to morally blame someone for it. Like if the law allows for slavery, as it did in the early days of the United States, and you break that law, that would be a moral thing to do, even if it comes with a big punishment if you get caught. Um, so,
this. Do you mind if I respond to some people in chat? 'Cause some people in chat are saying some weird things, in my opinion. They're saying things that don't make any sense, in my opinion.
yeah,
Uh,
you can respond to people in
so,
chat.
so Robert Nasir says, lying and cheating in order to be effective, blah blah blah. Can they be effective if they have no moral integrity? What is integrity? Integrity is fidelity to your values, and of course, values are things which are related to reality because something which you desire, which is not linked to reality, cannot be ever achieved in reality. It's a disvalue and not a real value, right? The unreal is unreal and cannot be achieved. And so only realistic things are actually truly values. So if you're talking about integrity, you must be talking about integrity to values. And so what would morality, what would moral integrity mean? It would mean consistency with what is required to flourish in reality. And so you then say, can Massey and Paul be effective? In effect, you're asking, could they be effective if they were lying and slandering and so on? Yes, they could. If they were landering and lying competently, so they didn't get caught, or if they were sufficiently competent at using lies to produce policies that enforced individual rights, that made it clear that they made it clear to their constituents that they are effective at getting individualist policies passed, and so their constituents will overlook the lies. A competent liar is a liar who either doesn't get caught or who lies on things that his constituency cares about and is able to deliver the things that his constituency wants, so his constituency overlooks the lies. So, for example, you wonder why do people overlook the lies of Donald Trump? Why do people overlook the lies of the Democrats and so on? Well, it's because those people are willing to overlook those lies because those lies are what gets them the policies that they want. Lying is not in and of itself a bad thing. So you talked about moral integrity. In this case, integrity would be integrity to individualist policy. And so lying, even in a way that gets you caught, is perfectly fine if it results in you getting those policies passed. And your constituency will continue to support you because they see that you are competent and effective at getting those policies passed. That will be the integrity that they are looking for, right? When Donald Trump lies and he gets caught and he's like, oh, well, just the other day, quite literally on camera, um, I made a clip of it. Donald Trump said, somebody asked Donald Trump, didn't you say this? I don't know. He told some lie. And then the reporter asked him, and he just said, did I say that? I can't believe I said that. And that was the end of it. He lied. They called him out. He said, oh, did I say that? Oh, well. And that's it. And people walked past it because he's using the lies to get them the policies that they want. The idea that integrity consists of being honest, or more specific, or rather, of telling the truth at all times. That's not true. I think that's really, really silly. Um, integrity would mean lying. Integrity means acknowledging the reality of the situation, which is that you are under duress. Hence, you must lie. That is integrity.
Yeah, there are cases where I think that's right. That like if you're defending your children, like from a kidnapper, and he asked, do you have children? Integrity, like faithful loyalty to your values would necessitate lying to the kidnapper, saying, no, I don't have any children. Um, and so you're making that point here in politics. Now, is Trump actually lying in the service of good things? I don't think so, at least a lot of the time.
I agree.
But
I agree.
that's a different issue. Um,
Yeah. But as a politician, in terms of his skill at lying and his skill at manipulating, his skill at threatening people with retaliation and force and bring the instruments of government down on his enemies and stuff. All those are good skills for a politician to have. I want my politicians to be heavy-handed, brutal, ruthless at enforcing my rights, right? Um, but it's just too bad Trump is enforcing the wrong policies. That's my position on the issue. Um,
mhm. I was thinking about Social Security and just even more recently, Milei came to mind. But maybe let's start with Social Security. So I was trying to think of a concrete example of how this might play out. So let's say I want to abolish Social Security, and if I'm a politician, or maybe I should put myself in the not as a politician, but in the role of a voter. And there's someone else. There's a politician who says he wants to abolish Social Security, and maybe that's too scary of a goal. So someone else says, I just want to phase it out over three three decades, and but and maybe the politician who said he wants to abolish it, he lies and says, "Oh yeah, maybe it'll be easier to get the goal I want by lying and say, oh, I don't want to abolish it overnight. I really just want to phase it out over 3 decades." And so he lies, and but I don't know if that's going to be more effective. Like as a matter of fact, I think it does make sense to phase it out over some number of years rather than just abolish it overnight. So I don't. So maybe this is not a good example. I should choose some example where the right thing to do is covered up. So let's say the right
Well,
thing to do is, and then I'll come
well,
back to you. The right thing to do is to phase it out over decades, but that's too like the people at large won't go for that. That's too radical for them.
a good example would be, why don't you just campaign like Bernie Sanders and say, I'm going to give everyone free stuff, and I'm going to, oppress the billionaire class and so on, and then get elected, and then just immediately turn to the Republicans and the Libertarians, and begin negotiating with them instead, and just get all the bills you can passed that will reduce taxes and so on. To lie and actually campaign and
Okay.
say, give universal health care. I'm going to, help the workers and so on, blah, blah, blah. And then that's a good example. And that's really good politics.
Or maybe like when Mamdani, he does all his socialist campaigning and then he gets elected to mayor. And now he pulls the mask off. He's, oh, I'm really not a socialist. I'm actually a laissez-faire capitalist.
Mm.
And well, not that laissez-faire capitalism is very electable these days, but
Yeah.
um, okay, yeah.
That'd
So
be
yeah, I don't
big.
know how effective that would be. So you pander in order to get elected, and then once you're in office, you do something different.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of politicians do that anyway. Like Donald Trump, he promised he was going to have a wall built at the southern border, and then and have Mexico pay for it. And he hasn't done that. I think part of a wall was built, but now I don't know that that's something he intended to change, like or do an about face on once he got elected. Maybe he would have liked to build a wall, but he wasn't able to get it done. Maybe given budget constraints, or he wasn't able to get congressional approval. I don't know the reasons, but I guess
Can,
a better example would be something where I don't know,
can I
like
send you a link? A
go
link.
ahead.
I'm trying to send you a link I sent one in the Zoom chat. I'm going to try to put it in the YouTube chat, but
Okay.
I remember I can't send links in YouTube chat. I'm trying to find a place I can send you that link. It's a
Okay. Yeah,
link
I
to
saw it in the Zoom chat. I just clicked on it.
play that on.
It's
That's a really great example of excellent politics, not excellent policy, but excellent politics from Donald Trump. Isn't it?
Trump after lock her up chance plays great before the election. Now we don't care. Oh, so this was the 2016 election, and the crowd was chanting "lock her up" about Hillary, and he says it plays great before the election, but now we don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he just lies openly. Like you catch him in a lie, he's like, "Yeah, I was lying." It's like, okay, I'm a politician. This is what I'm supposed to do. In fact, it is right and good for politicians to lie. The question is only what their policy track record is, right? Yeah.
Um,
I personally think that it is a skill and a necessary skill for politicians to know how to lie, to know how to manipulate, to know how to slander their opponents and so on, and to get the upper hand. And that is a virtue for a politician, in my opinion.
well, I wonder if that's a short range strategy. Like maybe it gets you elected once, but can you get reelected?
Does that matter?
Um, it might, yeah, because if you lie and then people see that you don't do what they expected you to do, then aren't they going to just try to vote you out of the office the next time you're you go up for election.
Sure, but does that matter? Think about it this way.
Well, maybe
If
there's only
all
so much you can accomplish in one term, and you would like to accomplish more, but now you can't because you've been voted out of office.
But think about it like this way. If me and you are both egoists and we both think just like this, right? So I can be the forerunner and I can get into power and I can use the power that I had to crush my opponents and then to give you structural advantages. While I'm in power, I'm going to give you structural advantages. And then they kick me out. But I have already changed the status quo. I have begun to put my opponents on the back foot. I've put Nancy Pelosi in jail. I found a way to put, AOC. I've found a way to impeach her and get her out of office. I've done all these different unscrupulous, ruthless things. I've lied, I've slandered them, I've got them out of your way. And now the political status quo, I found ways to channel and channel funds to the Ayn Rand Institute. I've done all these different things that have strengthened my political position. And I am not going to get elected again, but now you run. And now you have a stronger engine behind you. You have more support. You have a stronger base of support. You have more funders and all that, and you win next. And then you do the same thing I do. And then you also reach back and strengthen other people. And so if all of us think this way, then it results in greater power over time for our political struggle. You understand? So me, if I lose, if I get elected once and then I lose, I made sure that I strengthened my political position, all the people who are on my side, and I crushed the people on the enemy side as much as I could. And then the next person will do the same, and the next will do the same. So even if I don't get reelected, that's fine.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Um, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought it through much, but like, I don't have an immediate objection if it's actually doable, then maybe that's a good idea.
What is
I'm
Trump
thinking
proving right
like,
now?
what?
What is Trump proving right now?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's
Not in
the
terms of
country
policy.
is coming apart at the seams.
Yes. But pause for a moment. It's coming apart at the seams because his policies are bad, but not because his political skill is he's not politically inept. If think about it this way, if Donald Trump was as politically skilled as he is, but as soon as he got into office, let's say he didn't do tariffs. Let's say he abolished all taxation. Let's say, and let's say he didn't abolish all taxation, but he was implementing libertarian policy. Then would the country be falling apart at the seams? No, right?
Oh, well, this is where maybe Malay comes in. Like,
Yeah.
could Malay be as effective as he has been if he were taking this advice of being ruthless and dishonest and cunning? Like, has he been honest? I don't follow him too closely, but it seems like he's been open about his goals, not hiding them. And like all he had these anti-libertarian policies that he was campaigning on, and then once he got into office, he turned into this libertarian. No, he was campaigning on these sorts of policies, which he then implemented. So maybe that's some counter evidence, or at least something to consider. Um,
Sure, sure.
so there could also be multiple roads to Rome, right? So maybe
Yeah.
some people could follow your strategy, other people could follow Malay's strategy,
Mhm.
and they
Yeah.
both end up at the same place.
Yes. And
Um,
that's fine too, right? That's fine.
yeah, so I'm not sure, I guess, but if your claim is that politicians, all of them, should be ruthless and cunning, then that would be implying that Malay's strategy is not a good one, and everyone should take your strategy. Would
Well,
that be correct?
well, I mean, cunning means using the correct strategy for the correct moment, right? Like if you don't have to lie, then maybe it's better to just re to reduce the burden that you have to undertake by uh, uh, by having to dodge lies, right? So that's just a matter of strategy. Be honest where you can, but lie wherever you need to. Go straight for it. I mean, there's no contradiction there, right?
Okay, so if
I,
I guess if the claim is just um, be ruthless or in cunning, including lying and cheating, etc., if you need to,
mhm.
rather than no matter what, then I guess I don't have a problem with that. And we might
Well,
have different views on like whether you need to, but
yeah,
I think I take your point that if we just stipulate that it's the most effective means in a given context, I guess I don't have an
mm,
objection to it.
I'm saying something more intense than that. I'm not just saying, lie and so on, like to the electorate. I'm also saying, like, if you can make up a story that, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did something that would damage her political career or something like that, and you can, I mean, an entire, like, a completely fabricated lie from nowhere. It's completely untrue, and you know it's untrue, but you still spread it anyway, and it's effective, and it gets AOC kicked out of Congress. Good. That's
So
what
you defame her.
correct. And I'm saying that's moral. And I'm saying if you have a way to do it and you don't do it, that is actively immoral on your part for you not having destroyed her.
Okay. I yeah, maybe my hesitation is just owing to the fact that I doubt it's in actual fact effective to do that.
Mm.
But
Yeah,
if we set that aside and just stipulate that it's going to be effective to defame someone and lie, in the long run, it's effective, not just a short run gain, then I guess I don't have an objection. I just
there's
question the hypothetical.
yeah, there's something that people tend to do on the libertarian side of, or let's say the liberty loving side of politics, where they think like they think as private sector thinkers when thinking about the political sphere, right? In the private sector, your enemies don't disappear. So when you defeat somebody in the private sector, they linger around and they still exist, right? And they're still viable and they can come back and they can, in various different ways, they can potentially oppose you or harm you and stuff in the long run. So in the private sector, you are not allowed to use force. So you need to be merciful, you need to be gracious and so on in the private sector, right? That's private sector thinking. Political thinking is different. You see, this whole notion of like long term and so on, that is what force is for. Force gives you rigidity, it guarantees particular outcomes, right? And so when you are in politics, you don't think about the long term. You think about, do I have the power? Can I crush this? Crush it immediately. Because by crushing it, you solidify your position further and ensure that this particular enemy is not going to reappear. And so the thinking in politics is supposed to be completely different. You're not supposed to think long term in politics. You're supposed to think about, do I have the power? Can I crush the enemy? Crush it immediately. Because by crushing it, it's think about it. I'll put it this way: existence is identity. There is a finite number of your opponents. And so, at least for any given moment, there's like 10 opponents. If you crush one of them, that means there's only nine left. You understand what I'm saying? And so always crush your opponent, even if it's short term. Always, if you have the power, always go for the power. If you have the power to crush, always crush. Long term thinking is not the correct thing to do in politics. Always crush your opponent. You
I
see,
don't see that that would imply long-term thinking isn't correct. This seems like a similar case to what you were saying about morality. It's not that you shouldn't be moral, it's just that morality takes a different form in the
yes,
private and public sector. And likewise, it's not that you shouldn't be long range, it's just that what being long range looks like takes a different form in politics than in the private sector.
yes, because actually it is in fact long term thinking in politics to crush your opponent. If I get rid of AOC and I get her locked up in jail for 20 years on a false charge, that's 20 whole years where she has no power. And I've got rid of a whole communist. I've got rid of for the communist side. I have 20 years where I'm uninhibited. I'm going to be unopposed for 20 whole years. That's long term. That is
Well,
long term
I don't
thinking.
know about like getting her locked up for 20 years on a false charge. I don't know that that's I think maybe what you're advocating here is, I mean, at least in that example, is that a form of political violence,
I
like
mean, yeah, but
assassinating your or locking up your political enemies?
yes, it is. But remember, politics is nothing other than what it is the struggle that you engage in while you are in a stalemate in violence with an opponent who wants to deny you your rights, right? So politics is negotiation over the use of violence, the use of government. Government is violence. There's no escaping
Okay,
violence in
but uh, there are degrees, and I think that might be relevant. Like it's different if you're living in a totalitarian society. Uh, Compare that to living in a society where it's almost laissez-faire capitalism. Maybe there's one little rights violation. Maybe they have a taxation of like 0.001%. Other than that, they have no regulations. It's just that one little tiny rights violation. Now, should you say it's justified in that context to lock up your political opponents and execute them? Um, I,
Hmm.
or would you say because it's so close to free that that would be inappropriate, whereas maybe it would be appropriate to lock up your political opponents or execute them, like if you're in a totalitarian society like Nazi Germany. Um,
So
so
yeah,
that, go ahead.
that's correct. So if you're in a society that mostly respects rights and that mostly and more importantly, in a society like the one you are describing, the majority of politicians are going to affirm at least the basics of, individual rights, property rights, and so on. There's not going to be like an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The character and the nature of the particular opponent does matter as well. There's a difference between Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is kind of mostly capitalist. He's there with the Christian nonsense, but like he's mostly capitalist. He respects
I don't
individual
know about
rights.
that. I don't know about
Mm,
that. I
he-
mean,
he's,
he's pro-Trump, and I think he was, isn't he one of the people who defended Trump after January 6th?
I
And
also think,
I think he's been critical of big tech as being censors, imposing censorship. I don't think
yeah,
he's been pro free speech, if I recall correctly.
all of those
Maybe
are
there are
fairly
other
good points.
examples.
All of those are fairly good points, but I don't know what the principled line is. But as I see it, it's something like wherever Ted Cruz is, you can be a little less free market than that. But somewhere like once you get a little bit too far away, like a little too far away from say Ted Cruz, you begin to enter the territory where I would endorse removing you by any means necessary. Right. So like by the time you get to the point of being like, AOC or like, Rashida, let me not give too many names. That sounds a lot like, sorry. Of course, all of this is hypothetical, right? I'm not endorsing any of this in the real world. Um, all of this is completely just perfectly fictional. And none of this is realistic, obviously. No one here is endorsing any form of force or violence. Um, and so, you're talking about like something like, AOC or Mamdani, then, I would say they are pretty far beyond whatever principled line does exist, whatever that line is. In theory, of course, this is all hypothetical.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to make of that. Like, if your whole point here is that you should be able to engage in political violence, then people listening to this are going to think, oh, well, he doesn't really mean it. And just as a hypothetical, he would actually endorse this. But of course, he can't say that because he thinks that might get him in trouble. Um,
I'm saying,
but
I'm saying,
I'm
I
saying
believe,
like I don't think like it's so I gave the example of a totalitarian dictatorship versus a almost laissez-faire capitalist society, and that's a radical. That's like a night and day sort of difference. But you're giving a difference between Ted Cruz and AOC. I think that's a much less radical difference. And I think part of the problem today is that the left and the right, so-called, are becoming very similar to each other. And a lot of people they talk about the horseshoe theory. You heard of that? The
Yeah.
far left and the far right are starting to seem very similar. So I don't see a huge difference between Ted Cruz and AOC, um, such that I would think, it's appropriate to engage in political violence with one, but not the other. Like right now, I don't, I don't like political violence at all in the current context. I think we're still far from a totalitarian society, um, much closer than I would like to be, but still quite far from it.
So you are viewing the situation from the lens of the nature of the regime, whereas I am viewing it from the lens of the the policy platforms of particular politicians. So as I view it, if you talk about a totalitarian regime, well, in a totalitarian regime, the reason why the regime is totalitarian is because of the nature and the policies of the politicians in charge. And so it's really just a matter of the character of particular politicians, right? And so for me, it's not about the regime, it's about kind of removing the particular individual obstacles. That's how I see it. So that's why I didn't really engage with your counterpoints about, the nearly libertarian versus the totalitarian. It's not about the regime for me. I'm looking more at the which particular politicians would need to be, addressed in particular ways, right? I don't know if so you understand why I didn't engage that point very much. And with respect to, you know, and again, I also agree with you. I would never endorse political violence. I'm not a violent person myself, right? I've talked about good politics, right? Like finding a pretext to lock up your opponent or something like that, right? Um, that's somewhat different from sort of unstructured political violence. Um, i- if you understand, there is a distinction there somewhere. It's somewhat murky though, and so I'll stop there.
Okay. Let me just go back to the chat, see what's going on in there. I got some chats from Jefferson. My name is Jefferson. Some Simon, Robert, Jason, and Audrey are now here. Hello. Welcome. Let me see some of these chats. I don't know if I can read them all, but let me maybe just read a few of them. Let's If my moral values include honesty, maybe I should share the screen while I'm doing this. Yeah, let me do that. Simon says, if my moral values include honesty, why would I want my politicians to be dishonest? The people who represent me to be dishonest?
Represent? What is it?
This guy is presupposing consequentialism, says Jefferson.
Yes, I am a consequentialist.
What do you mean by good politics, says Jefferson. Right and good for politicians to lie. That's bizarre. Maybe some cases, but generally, come on. The country would lose it if libertarianism was implemented. I don't talk in terms of libertarianism. I would talk more in terms of free market. But I think what Prion probably means is free market. Because
Mm-hmm.
a lot of libertarians are anarchists, and that's definitely opposed to what I support. Um, Moral of what you mean by moral. I don't think this is a view based on inductively derived principles, says Simon. I think this is a consequentialist view, like Jefferson mentioned. By this logic, says Robert, would you go so far as to justify actual violence against political enemies? And if not, why not?
I want to say something to this question by Robert Nazir here. Um, you know,
Just a minute, just a second. Let me just read the rest of these in the chat because I'm getting close to the end. Robert then says, scratch that. The question has been answered with the 20 years in jail answer. The idea that your rights have been violated and therefore anything goes is vicious, says Robert. And okay, that's the last one on this topic. You want to say something?
Yeah. There's a difference between a socialist in the private sector writing as many books as she wants and hosting as many book clubs as she wants and teaching at university as much as she wants and so on. AOC can stay in the private sector and she can get as many positions on nonprofit institutes and think tanks as she wants. She can do all that private sector stuff. The moment any person takes up political office, they are in effect, they are, you know, by analogy, not just analogy, but quite literally, by in an indirect sense, they are taking a gun and brandishing it against every single person in the country. Every politician is in effect um, a duress taker, they're like a hostage taker for the whole country. Every person who takes up political office is holding a gun against the head of everybody else's head. And so this weird notion that people have that um, you know that politicians should be free from retaliation for the policies that they implement. I think that a person can endorse any political principle they want as long as they stay out of political office, right? I'm not endorsing any kind of force or violence against my political enemies broadly. I have many political enemies in the private sector who stay in the private sector and they keep a private sector job. I'm saying a person who is in political office brandishing a gun against everybody's head. That is a different thing altogether. From the moment you enter political office, it's a different ball game.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What you mean. So that's there is a distinction there. I don't know that I would go that far. Like, let's say it's Nazi Germany, and there's the politicians like Hitler, and then there's the people who voted them into power. So the Nazis, they were voted into power, right?
Mhm.
So um, would you say in Nazi Germany you would do anything to Hitler, execute him or throw him in jail if you could, but what the people who voted for Hitler, you would not visit any force on them.
Correct. Because so when you hold the power of government, when you hold the military in your hands, you can just change things as you wish. So this person here, my name is Jefferson, he's saying, ridiculous. If you're funding the politicians, what's the difference? Well, the difference is that if I hold political power and I'm choosing whom to retaliate against, I can imprison political agents who are going to oppose me on policy. But if someone is funding, let's say a politician, and then I get rid of all the politicians whom he wishes to fund, he will have his money and he'll sit there with the money in his hand and he'll have nobody to pay. And that's fine. Let him hold his money and hopefully he learns to do something more productive with it. The actual problem is the politician in office, not George Soros. So I don't care about George Soros. I don't care about the voters. I care about getting rid of that politician who holds the power to change policy. And, and what does that mean? Changing policy means changing the rules under which violence will be applied to real people. That person is controlling violence. I want that person to get out of my way.
I'm thinking about people in uh, again Nazi Germany or maybe Japan, Imperial Japan, and they are, let's say they're part of the war machine, like they're private citizens, but they're conscripted, maybe not to be in the military, but maybe to work in some factory producing bombs, guns. Like, what about those people? You might draw a distinction and say, oh, well, they're being coerced to do this, so it's not up to them, so they shouldn't, they're not valid targets. Or would you say whether they're conscripted against their will or not, they are causally um, helping the tyrannical totalitarian regime to mete out its terror on the world, and so it's legitimate to target those people. I guess maybe they're just innocents. Like we dropped bombs in World War II, and maybe there were many innocent people who got killed, and that's tragic. But if that's necessary to save American lives, then so be it.
So the general policy on collateral damage in war is that you only incur collateral damage when unavoidable, right? So naturally, you always want to target the political player if you can. If you can decapitate Putin, decapitate Putin. And then you also decapitate all of the political actors who were his political support, right? But if Putin is well protected in a way that you cannot access Putin, and so in order to access Putin, you also have to you have to take out an arms factory, and you have to take out, I don't know, a particular, intelligence instrumentation or something. Then those are legitimate targets only because it is unavoidable. You can't avoid taking them out because you need to take them out in order to access Putin. Um, but if you can access Putin directly, then go for Putin. What I'm saying there, so with respect to your example of a person working on an arms factory or something, or let's say a guard, or a policeman who's enforcing totalitarian policies, you know, if you are about to storm the castle of the dictator and the policeman is standing in your way, if he does not drop his weapon, then of course he becomes a legitimate target because you must unavoidably remove him to get past him to get to the dictator. But you're in war, the moral thing to do is to try to target the most direct path to get to the dictator, to get to the political actors. Right. So it's just a matter of collateral damage. It's like the same argument that Razi is making on the Ayn Rand Center UK every day, right? That collateral damage is justified. Israel is justified in killing those civilians who are in the way. Let's say if Hamas takes a person as a shield and so on, and Israel has no alternative, then this is justified to incur collateral damage. It's the same argument that objectivists make all the time with respect to war. You're just applying it to the ongoing war of attrition that is politics.
Okay, I guess I'm not I'm doubtful it's justified in the context we're in now. Like I can see in a war context you could justify
Politics,
that, but
politics
if
is war.
we have, well,
Politics is
no, I
war.
don't think it is. I think we have avenues to make things better without resorting to violence, and sometimes things do get better. Like Malay, I think, is an example. He was able to make things better without resorting to violence. And so long as there's a reasonable path open to doing that, why not take that path? Um,
That is a good argument, I would say. However, this is what I would say. If you have, let's say, how do I say this? If you can avoid using violence, it's always good to avoid using violence, just in general. Force is anti-mind. If there's an avoidable way, sorry, if there's a way to get your rights enforced while avoiding using force against non-political actors, then of course you should take that. But what I would say, maybe the better way to frame the principle is if your rights require that you use violence unavoidably and you refrain from doing so, that was immoral on your part. I
okay.
think I would definitely say that.
If your
So
yeah, if your rights require that you use violence, I mean, I don't know that they do today. It's like I think my rights and other people's rights are violated today to a certain extent, not completely. It's not totalitarianism, and I don't think that they're violated to an extent that's the sort of things you've mentioned, like locking up AOC would be justified. I don't think we're at that stage where we need to do things like that.
yeah, I guess so. The difference here would be that you're thinking in terms of the the state of the regime or the state of the government, and I'm thinking in terms of just the politicians themselves, each one taken individually and assessed individually. So I wouldn't look at even if we were in like 1780, let's say 1786 or something, and you look, or let's say, I don't know, maybe let's say we're in 1910 or something like that, like, a really early period in American history where things were pretty damn good. And AOC entered, AOC got elected. It doesn't matter what the state of the USA is. Even if the USA is as free as it was in 1910, if AOC got elected, I'm looking at her. I'm not looking at the state of the regime. I'm looking at her.
Mm. Well, uh, yeah, I see the difference there. So, yeah, I'm not sure it makes sense to lock her up, at least if we have a system which is set up so that people like that are allowed to be elected, does it really make sense to then turn around and uh, lock them up after we said, "Hey, you're within the rules. You can run for office. We haven't prohibited you from running for office, given the platform, the ideas that you're supporting." And then say, "Okay, well now that you've been elected, we have to throw you out, put you in jail." Is that consistent? Or
Yes, it's consistent because the system that we implemented is for the purpose of securing our individual rights. And the only reason why we have such instruments, the only reason why we have such creatures as politicians, the only reason why those people exist is because at sundry times, new technologies and new developments in society require that we have people whose job it is to take the principles of individual rights and apply them to new phenomena. The job of a politician is not to take the principles of socialism and apply the socialist principles to new phenomena, right? When the iPhone came out, it was not the job of the US Congress to apply Karl Marx to the iPhone. It was the job of the US Congress to apply individual rights principles to the internet. And so somebody like AOC never had legitimacy at all. It was never her job to apply Marx. Her job as a politician is to apply John Locke or to apply Ayn Rand.
okay. I want to read some of these chats. I think the last one that I got up to was up to Jason Adams. He says, "I think we have to accept our position as a peaceful citizenry engaged in the peaceful exchange ideas, else we leave or lay low, else we fight and fight hard." And then Evil Tiki 13 says, "There is a large difference between wielding force legally and illegally, societally, in a mostly or semi-free country. There's greater harm in using illegal force. You're turning society to anarchy, a society where everyone feels entitled to use force against people who have, by the rules of the society, gained legitimate force, will not have stable societal rules or norms for long. Fight hard, I guess fight smart," says Jason. "We'd have to be ready for a revolution, and we are not. And
Okay,
who would
that's a
be..."
different argument. That's a very different argument, right? Whether or not we are ready to sustain a war is a different argument from whether or not it is right to use cunning and conniving and scheming in politics.
Okay. Um, Let me just finish reading that chat. Who would we be fighting against, Democrats and MAGA both? Who would we be fighting against? Democrats and MAGA both, and how to convince the population of a win, in quotes. Simon says, "I think if he's admitting he's a consequentialist, wouldn't we need to probe how he thinks that's valid, since consequentialism isn't derived inductively?" And then Kutababa says, "I think socialists and Muslims should be banned from U.S. political office. Both those ideologies, by definition, require the violation of individual rights." I remember you said, I think it was you, or maybe it was someone else. A comment very similar to that on maybe it was my posts when Mamdani won. I put out a video, just a very short video, and maybe you commented on that, saying something along these lines. You
No,
don't think
I haven't.
socialists or Muslims should be eligible to run
I
for
haven't made.
office?
I haven't made any such comments outside of Discord. I have Discord accounts where I say things like that, but I haven't made any such comment like that on like YouTube or anything like that. So no, it wouldn't be me. But I do. I would not
Oh
be
no, I
against
said
someone.
Kuda Baba. Kuda Baba. I
Like,
thought maybe you said that, not you.
yeah, I don't think that's wrong though. So put it this way: it is difficult for us to legislate ideology and say these ideologies are not allowed in political office, not because it's wrong to do that, but rather because it is difficult for us to define ideologies clearly and then have those interpreted consistently by the judiciary. That's the only reason why we don't do it. But if we had some way to codify and say Islam is not permissible as an ideology in politics or in policy, the same way that we already have a justified, it's justified this particular part of the U.S. Constitution that says that no religious test shall be administered for holding office. That is a legitimate term in the Constitution, right? It is also just justified. If we had a way to clearly delineate and define what Islam is or what socialism is, and we could codify that, it would be legitimate to ban socialism and Islam from the legislature. Yes, that is completely fine.
I wonder if the like maybe a Muslim or a socialist should be eligible to be a an elected official, but they just can't vote in a way that implements Sharia law or
Yeah.
socialism.
That's fine. And in fact, that's kind of so the same way that we actually phrase that part of the Constitution, we say no religious test shall be administered for any political office. We don't say that, a Christian can't be elected. We say no religious test, something like that, right? If we had, because that's kind of what you're trying to get at. If we had some way to properly phrase this, I would not be against it. The only reason I would be cautious here is just because it's difficult to phrase it in a way that helps us to capture the essence of what it means to not ban Muslims from office, but to ban Islamic ideology from legislation. You understand what I'm saying? It's difficult, right?
Well, I wonder, like, even if you could come up with a clear definition and objectively define what it means to be a Christian or a Muslim, I'm wondering if even then you should maybe you should still allow Christians and Muslims to be elected, but
Sure.
just disallow them from uh, passing Muslim or socialist law.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah,
Uh,
I would, so that's a whole conundrum, right? The whole conundrum is like, we don't want to ban Christians as such or Muslims as such from entering office, but we want to ensure that if they do get elected, they don't pass Christian legislation or Islamic legislation. We want to, and that's really difficult to get codified into law and to have objectively enforced, right? Now, maybe one way to do it would be to say, okay, if someone who openly professes to be Christian gets elected, then they must also, in any bill that they sponsor or co-sponsor or that they sign on to, they must also provide an accompanying proof that this is not motivated by Christian, or Muslim or whatever ideology, and they must provide, some sort of a written statement of how it does not satisfy some sets of criteria or whatever. Maybe that's one way to do it. To put the burden on the Christian, put the burden on the Muslim to prove otherwise, something like that. But that's also difficult as well. So it's difficult.
I don't know about that, like getting them to state what their motivation is. I was thinking, well, like, what if some Christian votes for capitalism on the grounds of Christianity? And some Christians try to make this argument. They say, well, if my goal is to be an altruist and help other people, the best way to do that is to have capitalism because that's the
Yeah.
best system for everyone. And so it's Christianity that's behind my support of capitalism. So should we disallow that vote?
No.
pro-capitalism because it's on the grounds of Christian altruism?
Yeah. So again, it comes down to that same thing I was saying earlier, right? Politics is about the policies. That's all you really need to care about at the end of the day, right? So you don't waste time. Well, I don't think I've said this on this stream at any time actually, but I don't, for example, I don't care about the character of a politician. People talk about, when people were going through the elections and stuff, they'll talk about, well, this politician doesn't have good character. A bunch of objectivists were saying things like, we shouldn't vote for this person because they have a bad character. And like, what? The only thing that matters with a politician is his policies at the end of the day,
But you were
right?
talking about motivations. Like
Yeah.
the Christian would have to sign some statement saying that his vote for some policy is not motivated by his Christianity. And I
No,
was
good point.
questioning whether the motive should be relevance.
So I was wrong. I was wrong then. I should probably have said like, well, I guess then the only test there really is whether or not the policy itself that they sign on to is in fact individualist or not, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking now about AOC again and whether it's right to lock her up since she's a politician. So you've been saying if someone like that goes into politics, then they're effectively wielding a gun when they're voting for minimum wage or whatever.
Yeah.
And so if you can get that person locked up through lying or somehow being dishonest, cheating, whatever, it's justified.
Yes.
Uh, but if you're well, okay, so there's it's one thing to get her thrown out of office. It's another thing to get her thrown in jail. And it sounded like you were in favor of not only getting her out of office, but getting her in jail.
If
Uh,
jail is the means, if jail is the means to get her out, I have no problem with that. Right? She put herself into office. She took up the mantle of politics. She took the gun into her hand. That was her choice. Right? You know, it's a bit cringe to quote Game of Thrones, but the Game of Thrones, you win or you die, right? When you get into politics, you consent to entering the domain of force. That is what politics is. It is the domain of violence. You take up the mantle of violence. That's what you opted into. So that's what you get.
well, it's but there is a distinction between war and politics or military
No,
and politics.
really no.
I mean, there's a relationship, but when you sign up to be a politician, you are signing up to be part of a system which does not involve guns directly.
Mhm.
Like you're not you argue things on the Senate floor, the House floor, you argue things in front of the Supreme Court, and there's ultimately force associated with it, but it is not not the same kind of violence as in a war.
I don't think so at all. Um, the way I see it is as follows. Any person who has taken up the mantle of politics is somebody who is in effect a general of an army. They are in effect a general of an army. And their goal, if this, you can put it this way, any politician in office is the kind of person who would, under the right circumstances, if they gain sufficient advantage over you, they would kill you. That is their goal. Their goal is to impose a particular set of policies by force and to eradicate opposition to that particular set of policies. That is the intention of every politician. And it should be your own intention if you go into politics. The goal of a politician must be to secure a monopoly for his particular preferred set of policies. And so the goal of an individualist politician must be he has a moral obligation to centralize power for his ideology and to gain a monopoly for his policy. If you are in office as an individualist politician, it is your moral obligation to gain a monopoly for individual rights to the exclusion of all other competitor ideologies. You are supposed to gain a monopoly for individualism over socialism, over fascism, over everything else. by whatever means necessary. And you're not supposed to play games and be merciful. Every time you show mercy as a politician, you are injuring the people whose interests you are supposed to protect. When I get into office as an individualist politician, if I show mercy to AOC, I am injuring some businessman. I'm injuring some, some person who is trying to get healthcare and can't do so because his drug has been blocked by the FDA. I am killing somebody somewhere. When I show mercy to AOC, I'm doing cruelty to somebody else.
Okay. So I'm wondering now, like, would you, if you could, lock up every politician now? Because no one is 100% laissez-faire, as far as I know, in the U.S. Congress. So would you lock up, or I guess you could also just say, maybe I wouldn't lock someone up, but I'd at least somehow get them removed from office right now, and like get rid of the entire Congress, because
So,
all of them, at least to some degree, are not supporting individual rights.
sure. If I had some way to install myself as dictator, I would do that. Yes, of course.
All right. Well, that reminds me of a scene from Atlas Shrugged. Have you read Atlas Shrugged?
Yeah,
Okay, you
yeah.
know this plot spoiler for anyone who's listening now. So there's a scene where John Galt is asked to be dictator, and he declines it and said the first thing he would do if he had total control is to give up control or something like this. I forget exactly how it's put, but you remember that scene from Atlas?
No, but I can respond to it either way. It
Sure.
sounds silly to me. I don't. For me, government structure is not particularly important. The only thing that matters to me is policy. I do not care if it's a dictatorship or if it's a nomocracy. Those are the two best forms of government in my opinion. Monarchy or I mean total despotic monarchy or nomocracy. Nomocracy is, you can look up that word, Nomocracy. The only thing that matters to me, if there's a despotic monarch in power and he has total and absolute power, if he is in, is if he is enforcing individual rights, then that's a good thing, right? The only thing that matters to me is the policies that are imposed by the government. I don't care about the structure and form of the government, right?
Mm, okay. Well, that's pretty provocative, I guess, at least for my chat, because this says Ayn Rand themed channel here, and here we have someone saying he's okay with dictatorship or monarchy as long as the policies that the dictator or the monarch uh, enforces are consistent with individual rights. So it's a very provocative thing to say in this context. Like,
Mm.
I want to look at some of these other chats, and then maybe we can talk more about that. I just want to catch up a little bit. Jason says maybe if we wanted to somehow to especially tax AOC very much extra using some hypothetical cyber Daniscold repossessing espionage, taking her assets. Not sure we'd be ready to talk about it.
Yeah, you're not ready for that yet. Not ready for that discussion. Chat is
Um,
not dating.
I have to that sentence was a little hard for me to process on first reading. I got to look at it again. Dennis Gold, that's a character from Atlas Shrugged. If anyone doesn't know who he, another plot spoiler. He turned into a pirate to sink the government ships when they would take people's income, for example, in gold and through taxes. And then I think maybe some of these ships were taking gold to other foreign countries and giving them foreign aid. And Ragnar would, Danis Gold would sink the ships because the government had no right to that gold. So that's the reference here. Um, Taking her assets. Maybe if we somehow want to especially tax her using the Danis Gold method. we'd be ready to talk about it. Um, might as well have something similar, a sworn allegiance of sorts as a citizenship test. Ideally, the Constitution would still be protecting us from socialist policies as it was intended to do, but it's not. So we need to address threats more specifically and explicitly. If they're good politicians, they'll lie, says
Correct.
Jefferson. The House can expel its own members. That is the current mechanism, unless you have an actual criminal charge, says Jason. I'm sure she has some form of congressional immunity when it comes to the words she uses that rule
Well, you
over
can always
us or trying to make whatever changes.
you can always change that. If you have power, you just get rid of her immunity.
No,
That's
politics is
what
about
power is
getting the right
for.
values implemented, not merely your own.
That's what I said. I said that we care about the policies being individualists. We care about individual rights. I didn't just say my own policies. I said individual rights. Please pay attention, Mr. Chat person.
This whole view of politics being discussed smacks of rank relativism, says Jefferson.
Only if you're not listening, because I talked about individual rights being the standard and criterion.
Well, I wonder if having a dictator is consistent with individual rights because like if you say like even if the dictator says he's going to impose or he's going to enforce individual rights, can he really be trusted?
Sure, that's a
Um,
difficult question. That's the central question of monarchy, right? Will the monarch do what I want him to do?
and you don't want to. I don't think it's very reliable to just have everything at the whim of one guy who could change his mind. I think you want to. I don't think that's a very robust system for protecting individual rights. It seems very unstable and not on firm footing for protecting rights. It's too uncertain.
Sure.
So
Remember that I said that I endorse two forms of government, right? Either monarchy or nomocracy. So, if you're scared of monarchy, you can go for the democracy. I support both. To me, it doesn't really matter. I only care about the policies.
I'm looking up
Right.
nomocracy.
Nomocracy is just the new academically correct term for, what republicanism used to mean. But people don't know people don't remember what republicanism is. So now we have a new term for what it is supposed to mean. Republicanism and democracy are supposed to be synonymous.
Rule of law.
Yeah.
Well, the nomos is the Greek word for law. So when I did a search on that word, what came up was rule of law,
Yeah.
doctrine that advocates that every citizen, including those in government, is subject to the law. The rule of law is often contrasted with the rule of men, and I guess that's what you would have if you would have rule of man if you had monarch or
Yeah.
dictator
So
as opposed to the.
So democracy is synonymous with like constitutional republicanism. They are the same thing. It's just that people don't remember what republicanism is supposed to mean these days. Everyone think if you ask somebody what is a republic, they will say it's a representative democracy and stuff like that. Because people don't really know that republicanism is something very different from democracy. They think that democracy and republicanism are like either synonymous or very close to each other, or that they are even compatible, which they are not. So the new term for what republicanism used to refer to is now democracy, right? Because people don't remember what the word republicanism is supposed to mean.
Okay. All right. By the way, thanks for the likes on the stream. See, we've got some more there and got a good number of viewers. It's been a while. I wonder if I changed the setting recently in my YouTube studio, which might have helped with more people being exposed to the stream. Anyways, thanks everyone for being here. I see we got a few more chats. Uh, my name is Jefferson. Oh, I read this one. Kudababa says the Constitution is supposed to have established individual rights as the standard criteria for the government, limiting the government's powers, but it has been disregarded almost completely and it has flaws. Yes, it does have flaws. So the the question here is what do you do when it has flaws, when it's not perfect? And what do you do with people who exploit those flaws and in a way that violates rights? Should you connive and cheat and lie to and perhaps throw them in jail if you can, or defame them? That was an example that Prion gave. If you could frame AOC, make up some lies about her so she gets put in jail, would you do that?
All of this is hypothetical, of course. None of this is real, and I don't actually endorse any of this in real life. This was just a interesting experiment.
Right. Um, okay. Well, I guess my answer to that, I don't feel comfortable with doing political violence because I think I do draw a distinction, or at least more of a distinction than it sounds like you do, because you were saying, well, politics is violence. But I think the realm in which politicians operate is different sort of realm than the realm in which military on the battlefield operates. And I think appropriate to the realm of politicians, at least how I'm thinking of this right now, is a different sort of response than doing something that involves actual force. Um, but
No problem.
I feel not like totally confident about that. So like I'm not sure I could really give a justification for not defaming AOC
Hypothetically, of course.
hypothetically,
Yeah.
right? Since she is taking actions like voting for minimum wage or universal health care, which violates rights. So if she's violating rights, why can't I violate rights? Well, I guess
Her,
a response would be, well, she's violating rights in a lawful way. She's going through the system and she's voting but can you like if you violate rights in a lawful way, does that make it okay? Like what if someone violates rights and gets slavery legalized, as was the case in the early US? It was lawful to allow slavery. So if you take out one of those pro-slavery politicians by defaming him, is that wrong? Would you say, well, you're, yeah, I can't, it's hard for me to argue that. Like there's a rights respecting way of, well, I get there's a lawful way of violating rights.
mm,
There's something like I don't know, unsatisfying about saying that like just because something is rights are violated in a lawful way, um, that means that we can't violate the rights of the person going through this lawful way.
yeah.
But there is some distinction between just anarchy and vigilantism and taking the law into your own hands and respecting the rule of law, even if the
Well,
law is somewhat corrupt.
What is wrong with taking the law into your own hands? Why is it bad to do that? If what you are doing is philosophically justified, why should you not take the law into your hands? If you are correct, you should act on what is right. The purpose of reason and your rational judgments is to guide your actions.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a case of self-defense, like if someone is pointing a gun at you, some mugger on the street, and threatening you with force, you can counteract with force, and maybe if you've got a gun, you can shoot him. So, but these are emergency cases. But if you're so you can take the law into your own hands in that sense, in that context. But if it's not an emergency context, then I think it undermines a good sort of society if that you resort to force. So like if you well, let's say you suspect someone has stolen from you. Maybe you even have video evidence of it. You've got your home security system, your cameras turned on. You've got video evidence that someone has stolen something from your home. Now, should you break into that person's house and try to get the thing back, or should you file a police report and have the police um, handle it? I think the better thing to do is file the police report and go through a process rather than take the law into your own hands. If that means breaking into the other person's house,
What
because it, well, I'll just pause there. So, what do you think about that case? Like, if you have evidence someone has broken into your house and stolen something, do you think you should go to the police, or are you justified in just going straight to their house and breaking in and taking the thing back?
So I am justified in going and taking it back. However, in practical, for practical reasons, I am subject to the sovereign and to the laws of the sovereign, which dictate that I must submit my claim to the sovereign for approval. And then the sovereign will send his soldiers to enforce my claim. Now, moreover, that is a good thing. The sovereign's jurisdiction is useful and good for the following reason. We mustn't drop context. The reason why we decide to subject all claims to the use of retaliatory force to the purview and the review of a tribunal is because I could be wrong. And so we don't want people who don't have sufficiently good judgment to be judge, jury, and executor in their own mind and then go out and effectuate justice, quote, go out and retaliate and satisfy themselves on their own judgment only. We want to subject their judgment to a tribunal of reasonable people to ensure that they took into account all of the facts, that they saw all of the facts, that we can see all the facts and we can say, okay, yes, you are indeed correct. You can now go and get your satisfaction. It is not the reason we do the tribunal is not because there is some kind of intrinsic badness in a person acting on his own to get well to satisfy himself and and get revenge or whatever it might be. There's no intrinsic badness in that. It's just an epistemological issue, which is to say that this person in isolation may not be aware of all of the facts. And so we must have some kind of method for ensuring that all the facts are taken into account. We must have some tribunal which can engage in fact finding. And then, you know, we have discovery and all these other mechanisms embedded into that. So the person who has been wronged, the victim, is able to access this mechanism, which has all these powers to go and find more facts, to discover more facts, to ensure that he has the full range of facts available before he makes his judgment, right? And that's the reason why we subject retaliatory force to a tribunal. But if you have good reason to be certain that you really have all the facts and you really do know that this person did take your TV or whatever, go get it back. What rational reason could there be for not doing it? You understand? It's justified to do it, and the tribunal is also justified. The tribunal is like, you can think of it as an oracle. It has a higher remit of capability to discover facts. And that's the only reason why it has legitimacy. If a tribunal did not have an extended and enhanced ability to discover facts and to subject the judgment of the individual to a greater purview of facts, then what legitimacy would it have?
It's part of having a system of objective law. And Rand makes this point. If you just decide on your own, then it's not objective law. It's subjective whim,
No,
I
no,
think she would say.
no. Collective epistemology is not objectivity. The only reason why it's not the decision of a tribunal doesn't become objective merely because it's a tribunal. Objectivity is conformance with the facts. The question is whether you have all of the facts. The reason why the tribunal gives you a greater access to objectivity is because the tribunal has a greater ability to discover the facts. And moreover, the tribunal also has um, a, a, a staff of people who are trained in reasoning about the facts. So you have the tribunal. The reason why the tribunal is necessary is because the average individual is, number one, not privy to all of the facts and doesn't have the power to discover all the facts. Number two, because the average individual may not necessarily be good at reasoning about the facts, even if he has all the facts. So we say, okay, because we know, again, the tribunal is conformance with reality. The reality is that most people don't have the power to collect all the facts or to evaluate the facts correctly. So since we know this about the average individual, we say the average individual should be subject to a tribunal. But if you have some particular individual who is able to gather all the facts and is also extremely good at reasoning and will reason correctly about the facts when given the facts, how is it less objective for him to go out and go by himself and exact satisfaction? He has all the facts. He's made the correct conclusion. How is it less objective just because he didn't go through a tribunal? Objectivity has nothing to do with tribunals or collective evaluation. It is
Well, I'm
individual.
not sure about that because I think maybe part of being objective is demonstrating to other people that you are in the right, not just knowing in your own mind that you are in the right. And I don't mean to imply that objectivity is a matter of collective agreement or collective, like you add up a bunch of people's subjective opinions and then you get objectivity. I'm not implying that, but like, I'm saying that if you live in a society, then it's good for you to demonstrate to other people that you are going through, that you are justified. Because if you just, let's say you just, you break into the guy's house who stole your TV, well, now I see you doing this, and maybe I think you're a threat because you haven't demonstrated to me that you're not a robber yourself. I didn't see the first incident where he broke into your house. So if I see you breaking into his house, maybe I'm going to think you're a threat. But whereas if you went through the proper process and, well, maybe it's begging the question to call it the proper process at this point, but if you went through the legal process of filing a police report and then demonstrating your case to the police, and then the police show up and they get your TV back, I'm going to have a right. I'm not going to have a wrong perception of you now. I'm not going to mistake your identity. Whereas if you just take the law into your own hands, maybe I will. So I think objectivity, at least part of it, is showing respect for other people's minds and
Um,
going through a certain process does that.
what,
Now people have reason to trust you and to believe you're actually in the right.
yes, but these are two separate questions, right? The objectivity of your evaluation is a distinct thing from whether or not other people are also aware of the facts that you are aware of, and whether or not they also have the power or the skill, the proper epistemological discipline to evaluate those facts correctly. And so put it this way. Um, you can state this following principle. If your judgment is correct, then that is something that would also apply to any other person. If they saw the same facts, they should come to the same conclusion because the facts of reality are independent of particular minds, and particular minds applying the method of reason will come to the same conclusions when given the same facts, right? And so what you are saying there is that, well, since existence is identity, therefore all minds, and of course, and since consciousness is identification, then all minds should identify the facts the same way. And for that reason, if you are certain that your individual judgment is correct, then you should also be confident that other minds will evaluate it the same way. And so that's kind of what you're trying to approximate there. You're not more or less objective because you've presented your case to a tribunal. Rather, you are looking for an imprimatur and a second confirmation that you do in fact have all the facts and that your evaluation of the facts is correct. So you're just looking for a kind of a second corroboration to say, well, do I have all the facts and have I evaluated them correctly? But it's, how do I say this? So the only thing you're really approximating using a tribunal is the completeness of your awareness of the facts and your competence at evaluating those facts. You're looking for an echo to say, yes, this is a correct evaluation. And then, so that doesn't make it more or less objective. It's like, it doesn't make it more or less objective, but it's an imprimatur, a stamp of confirmation. You understand? And then that same stamp of confirmation is what you are approximating when you take the judgment and give it to the sheriff, right? And then you go to the guy's house with the sheriff. What that means is, as you said, if you are standing nearby, if somebody else standing nearby and they see you coming into the house, if they see you with a judgment in your hand, now they leave you alone because they see that there's that imprimatur. The imprimatur isn't saying that the judgment is more or less objective. It's saying that consciousness is identification, and so multiple minds have looked at this and confirmed the objectivity of your evaluation. But it's not that your evaluation was made more or less objective by the confirmations. You understand? You see the distinction I'm trying to draw. It's just the imprimatur helps other people to see, yes, it was in fact an objective evaluation. This person is in fact skilled at evaluating, or some skilled evaluator did in fact look at the facts and has approved this retaliation.
Uh, there are different senses of objective, and I think maybe that's coming into play here. Like in one sense, at least in one sense, I think that you're right that your judgment is not more objective once you get the court to agree with you. But maybe I would say your action of getting the TV back is objective in a different sense of objective. Um, I don't know if I want to try to spell out the different senses, but I do want to come back to the chat for a little bit. I see there were two or three new ones that came in. I just want to see what they say. I think this was the last one I was up to. My name is Jefferson says, how do you establish rights if you're a consequentialist? Couldn't any one of those be undermined by consequences, including individual rights? And then Simon says, off-topic interjection. I'm reminded of the movie Juror Number Two. You should check that one out. It's very thought-provoking.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but he's probably talking about that movie is probably similar to that other movie, Law Abiding Citizen or something like that, where this guy Gerard Butler is the actor, and he goes and he does a bunch of stuff with bombs and stuff like that because it's an interesting movie about vigilante justice. Interesting question.
Simon says, I wouldn't want to put myself in a scenario like that. Do you mean the scenario where you are getting your TV back for yourself from someone who stole it? without first filing a police report and having the police get it back for you. I'm not sure what scenario you mean there. All right, let me take a look at my analytics. Nice, looking good. Thanks everyone for being here. If there are any topics you all want to bring up, feel free to do that in the chat. You can raise other topics. You can put them in the chat, or you can also call in yourself at any time. So we've talked a lot about this for a while, and but I'm okay with switching to other topics if there are other topics people want to talk about. So feel free to raise them. But I do want to thank you,
Everything.
Leighton Prion, for coming on.
No, it's fine. This guy wants to fight me about consequentialism.
I know we've talked about consequentialism some before. At least I've talked about it on my channel, and I don't have a great understanding of that. Like if it just means like Ayn Rand says things which you might think are consequentialist. For instance, she says there are no um, categorical imperatives. There are only hypothetical imperatives. So you have no duty
Mhm.
to do anything. Rather, you should only do something if you want such and such. If you
Mm.
want to live, then you need to work. If you want to work, then you need to think. But these all have the structure of if, then, if, then. So you might think, well, it's only if you want some consequence that you have to do something or other, and therefore we should call objectivism a form of consequentialism. However,
Um,
I think that term might have more packed into it than I just let on through that example. Now, I didn't focus on that on ethics in grad school, and I don't even I don't remember learning much about that. So I can't give a good answer as to whether objectivism, like how objectivism relates to consequentialism in ethics, but maybe that's something I should look into because that's come up a number of times. I could Google it right now and maybe look on the Stanford Encyclopedia and get a better idea of it. I think I'm going to do
mhm.
that. A consequentialist is a person who follows the ethical theory of consequentialism, which states that an action's morality is determined by its outcomes or consequences. A consequentialist believes that a right action is one that produces good consequences, while a wrong action produces bad consequences. This is a broad theory with different forms, such as utilitarianism, which aims to maximize overall happiness, and ethical egoism, which focuses on maximizing one's own interests. So this little AI overview, which I will share on the screen, makes it look like objectivism could be considered a form of consequentialism because Ayn Rand certainly she advocates ethical egoism, and the relevant consequences there are um, one's own
Mhm.
happiness or well-being, one's own interests.
Mhm. I agree. I think that objectivism is consequentialist, but Rand and Peikoff said one or two things that explicitly say that it's consequentialist, but he also kind of pulls it back as well. I don't know why Rand and Peikoff were both shy to say that they are consequentialists, but you must be consequentialist to uphold the objectivist ethics. And quite literally, even for example in objectivism, the virtues are nothing other than the method that you apply, the principles of method that you apply to achieve your values, right? Values are first, and virtues are only virtuous, quote unquote, to the extent that they are useful in producing your values, right? And
Hmm. Yeah, they're a
yeah,
means to an end,
yeah,
and if they cease to be that, then they cease to be something you should practice.
mhm.
I'm just
Yeah,
looking a
I
little
agree.
more here on the AI overview. act consequentialism, rule consequentialism. So there are, and then it says ethical egoism is a consequentialist theory that holds the best outcome is the one that maximizes one's own self-interests. Yeah, that's similar to what I said a little bit ago. Some of these
Mhm.
terms are I don't know how important they are. Like the terms of realism and anti-realism, they've also come up before, and I remember being asked what view I hold, and I said I don't know. I don't think in terms of those terms. But you can just I can tell you what my view is, and then you can tell me, how it fits into your conceptual framework. And I remember having a discussion with someone once, a couple of years ago, maybe, about realism and anti-realism, and I just laid out what my view is, and then he ended up saying, "Oh, you sound like an anti-realist." And I said, "Okay." So, and maybe I could say something similar about consequentialism. I can just describe to you what my view is, and then I'll let you categorize it as consequentialist or not. It's
Mhm.
how I'm not as concerned about the terminology. Maybe I should be more concerned than I am, but I think at least if I can get my view out in some terms, that's the most important thing. And then a secondary question is, what label should we apply to it?
Mhm. Uh, so I agree personally. Well, no, sorry, I don't agree with what you're saying with respect to labels and so on. They're kind of it's getting them right can be a bit annoying, but when you do have them right, it gives you a vocabulary that you can use to like more skillfully like talk to and debate other philosophers and stuff. You begin to see the value in them, and you can just like use them as shorthands and establish
Hmm.
a common vocabulary with like other philosophers. So they do have their use. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I just think they're secondary, and that's all I
Yeah.
wanted. It's secondary in importance to just making the idea clear. But yeah, they do have at least a secondary importance. In Ayn Rand's, she fought for the term selfishness, um,
Mhm.
and um, thought it was important, at least in some context, to use that term in the sense she meant it. Um,
Mhm.
I don't think she used it in every context, but I think it's a term that she thought was worth saving. I'm wondering if I should pull up there's a passage in the Virtue of Selfishness where she discusses this, which I have on my Kindle library. Maybe I'll bring that up.
Right.
And the,
I found three really good quotes on this topic of consequentialism from Opa, and I'm going to paste them in the Zoom chat for you. And
okay.
let's see how the people in chats how their minds explode when I show them that. Oh no, objectivism is explicitly consequentialist. Oh no, this is going to be fun.
I can actually look it up. I've got it on my screen. If you just give me a few words, I can do a search and then pull it up on my screen.
I
Or I
put
could
all three of
use
them.
consequentialism. Is that one of the words?
Well, no, it's more consequences. But just look in chat. I pasted three quotes from Opa from three different places, and um,
Okay.
and
Oh yeah, those are pretty
like,
lengthy. In this respect, too, Ayn Rand observes man is unique. Man's life is a continuous whole for good or evil. Every day, year, and decade of his life holds the sum of all the days behind him. Man can and must know not merely tomorrow's requirements or this season's, but every identifiable factor that affects his survival. He can assess not merely the proximate, but also the remote consequences of his choices. It is not enough for him to consider the chance of a toothache next week. He also needs to know whether he is courting bankruptcy next month, an anxiety attack next year, an invasion of human predators in the next decade, or a nuclear holocaust in the next generation. That's a quote from Peikoff. And then there's another,
the
maybe I'll
last two
share
are
this one.
the other two are increasingly strong. So that one is not that strong. The other two get
Okay.
stronger.
All right, let me see if I can find that on my Kindle.
Yeah.
Desert is essential to justice. Okay. Desert.
I'm putting them together to put them in chat so the chat could see them. Mm.
Okay, I just found the one about desert is essential to justice. And let's see, you started that with here again. And you went to practicality. Okay. All right. So here's the quote from Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Peikoff. And Prion, he quoted this part. Here again, we see the false alternative of intrinsicism. Oh, actually, let me back up a little. So he's talking about utilitarians and retributivists. Maybe I'll start here. The retributivists in the history of philosophy declare that a man must be recompensed for his actions independent of their consequences. He must be recompensed as an absolute simply because he deserves a certain treatment. The utilitarians who control the criminal justice system reply that there are no absolutes and that the decision to reward or punish must be based not on deserts, but on probable consequences. Here again, we see the false alternative of intrinsicism versus subjectivism. Oh, this thing is getting in the way. I have to move this so I can. Okay, now I can. Intrinsicism versus subjectivism. Desert is essential to justice, but it is a moral concept, and morality is a means to an end. All
Boom.
virtues, accordingly, justice included, must be validated by reference to the consequences.
Boom.
But consequences, the long-range consequences of an action for human life, can be predicted only by means of principles, and principles can perform this function only if accepted as absolutes. Maybe I'll
Boom.
just finish this paragraph. Oh yeah, that's as far as you quoted. Desert, therefore, as the one school insists, is an absolute, but only because, as the other school says, the test of virtue is its results.
Boom.
Here, as elsewhere, it is senseless to introduce a dichotomy between principle and life or between morality and practicality. Unquote.
Boom. Because the consequence that you are seeking is life.
Yeah, that's the ultimate value. So there's a false dichotomy, he says. Um, yeah, I remember that passage. It's that's a good one to quote. Let me see the
And the
other.
third one,
Oh
the
yeah,
last one is
you're right. You had one more. Let me go back to the Zoom chat. Okay, and let me pull that up on the screen. We have discussed the acceptance of cause and effect.
Guys.
We have discussed. Here it is.
This last one is really strong because he explicitly invokes causality. And of course, what is causality other than an appeal to effects? In other words, consequences, right? So it's really great.
Okay, now it's on screen. We have discussed the acceptance of cause and effect as an aspect of the virtue of rationality. Now let us take a wider view. The field of ethics itself, including all moral virtues and values, is necessitated by the law of causality. Morality is no more than a means to an end. It defines the causes we must enact if we are to attain a certain effect. Thus,
Ta-da.
Ayn Rand's statement that the principle replacing duty in the objectivist ethics is causality, in the form of the memorable Spanish proverb, God said, take what you want and pay for it.
Mm. Yeah. And if you read that, yeah, and go like continue reading right there. If life is what you want, see
Yeah,
the
I
consequence.
was saying part of that before. If life is what you want, you must pay for it by accepting and practicing a code of rational behavior. Morality,
Yeah,
too, is a must if it is the price of the choice to live. That choice itself, therefore, is not a moral choice. It precedes morality. It is the decision of consciousness that underlies the need of morality.
precisely. So there's a consequence that you must seek to preserve. Therefore, you must invent morality. Morality itself is subject to the consequence. See?
I seem to recall some objectivists saying, maybe like Greg Salmieri, saying that there's a difference. I don't want to put words in his mouth. Maybe I'm misremembering, but some objectivist philosophers have argued that objectivism is not consequentialist.
I think I
I'm doing
heard.
a quick Google search to see if I can find anything.
Yeah, I remember that when I was looking at this issue up a few years ago, Salmieri, I remember him saying, I remember basically what you're saying, because Salmieri comes to mind very strongly because I remember him, sort of his argument that objectivism is not consequentialist was very weak, and he was kind of like struggling to put it together. So I remember that particularly because I remember thinking, well, this is actually extremely weak because objectivism is clearly consequentialist, right?
All right, well, let me read this. I just did a Google search and I got an AI overview. Where's my screen share?
Bro, don't do the AI slop thing, bro. AI is awesome, but not first time. I think
Well, at least as a first pass, we're not going to take this as definitive, but at least as a first stick our toe into the water of this question. So what I Googled was, is objectivism consequentialist? And then the first thing that came up was no, objectivism is not a consequentialist philosophy, though it considers consequences. Unlike consequentialism, which judges an action's morality based on its outcomes, objectivism argues that morality is based on rational self-interest and the requirements of human life, and it does not prioritize the good over the right in its framework for moral principles. Objectivist rights are considered consequence-based, but not bound by specific consequences. Uh, Maybe I should just, okay, let me read a little more. Uh, Difference from consequentialism. Consequentialism determines the morality of an action solely by its results, aiming to maximize a specific good, for example, happiness or welfare. Objectivism frames its moral principles at a more general and universally applicable level, rather than making each action's morality dependent on a full projection of its consequences.
Well, that's just the distinction between evaluating the consequences post facto based on their actual results versus in the moment, as you are making the decision based on their projected results, based on your knowledge of their reasonably expected results. But you are still making the decision and validating it based on your reasonable expectation of the consequences, right? So that distinction is only between what its actual consequences were when put into effect versus what your reasonable expectations of the consequences would be in the moment. That's all. But I mean,
Okay.
objectivism just says that, objectivism would just say, well, humans are not omniscient, and so you can't require omniscience for morality. That's all. But it's still consequentialist.
Hmm. Yeah, you might think you can't trace out all the consequences of a given action. Like to steal, you don't know if you steal in a given case, you might not know all the effects. Like you're not going to know whether you'll get caught in this particular case and go to jail. But on principle, you know that the consequences are going to be bad, and so you shouldn't do it. So even if you can't identify all the consequences in concrete detail, so yeah, you could still
So
say the
it's important. It's
you don't
important to
have a
know.
full projection. So if what this means here, if what that means is you can trace out all the specific consequences, like you're going to end up in jail for 20 years and um, you're going to have a heart attack or something if you violate this principle, feel guilt, tremendous guilt. Like even if you can't project all the full consequences, you can still know that it's wrong. Um,
Well,
and
not quite.
those cons, go ahead.
I was saying, so even the principles that you're referring to, those are nothing other than a way for you to encapsulate and grasp your expectations of what the consequences will be, right? So it's
Mhm.
not that you don't think and then think, well, what is the principle? You're supposed to think about the consequence and then derive what principle should follow from what principle of action should follow based on the consequence. And then also, you're not culpable, you're not morally culpable for decisions that you took in pursuit of a consequence that you thought would be good. If that, and then, and you acted in pursuit of a good consequence, but a bad consequence followed, you're not morally culpable, but you are still on the hook for damages. That's something that people don't. The distinction there is very important. A person may not be morally culpable, but they are still liable for damages. These are distinct things, right? And so again, the objectivist morality is consequentialist. It says that you should take the action that you think is going to produce the best outcome with respect to your life. And if it turns out that it produces a bad outcome instead, you are not morally culpable, but of course you have in fact still harmed yourself or someone else, and you are liable for those damages, right? These are different things. Liability and culpability are not the same thing.
Uh, yeah, I see a distinction there. Like you
Mhm.
could, well, maybe an example is you get into a car accident and maybe you're not morally responsible, but you're still legally liable
Yeah,
for the damage you did.
yeah.
Maybe there's, I don't know, if you have a heart attack or something while you're driving, and as a result of that, you get in a car accident and you damage someone else's car. Maybe you're responsible for paying for that damage, even though you're not morally responsible for having the heart attack. Assuming that you were trying to take good care of yourself, but you just had bad genes or something that caused you to get a heart attack. So maybe that's an example of what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
I just did a search on the same thing as before. Is objectivism consequentialist? But I added Salmieri to the search, and I found a short piece on the Ayn Rand Society page titled "A Thought on Consequentialism" by Greg Salmieri. And I haven't read this before, I don't think, but I can read a little of it now.
Mm,
Yeah, maybe I'll share that on screen. This is totally new to me, this piece. So now you can see it.
yeah.
From 2016, in a comment on Ben Bayer's recent post about the Notre Dame Philosophical Review, I think that's what that is, of Sanford's Before Virtue, an anonymous person asks about the distinction between the consequentialist and teleological ethics. In Ben's response, he mentions how I differentiated Rand's ethics from consequentialism in chapter 6 of A Companion to Ayn Rand's. I thought I'd take this opportunity to quote from that discussion. I actually have this book, A Companion to Ayn Rand, on Kindle, so
Mm,
I could share that also, but he says he quotes the relevant part here, so maybe I'll just read some of this. Under the heading of egoistic consequentialists, I include Epicurus, Hobbes, and Chernyshevsky. Hobbes identified an individual's interests with the satisfaction of her desires. The other two identified it with her pleasure. On either view, the individual's interest is a psychological state that is valuable in itself, apart from any actions that may lead to it. These thinkers are consequentialists in that they maintain that the rightness of an action is determined wholly by consequences that are distinct from the action itself. Wholly by consequences. Okay. Specifically, by the consequence of maximizing a psychological state that they regard as intrinsically good. Their consequentialism is egoistic in that it holds that one should maximize this intrinsically good state in and for oneself rather than in all people impartially. Rand was not a consequentialist. On her view, an individual's welfare is not something that can be separated from his actions and evaluated apart from them. It consists, rather, in his own rational achievement of a self-sustaining life. And how much more is there here? Two paragraphs? All right, let me just read the end and then maybe we'll come back to this. Uh, okay. In the chapter, I go on to mention some respects in which Rand is nonetheless similar to the egoistic consequentialists. And then I differentiate her position from eudaimonism, to which I think it is too closely assimilated by some scholars. For example, Denial, I don't know how you pronounce that, Denial, Rasmussen, Badwar, who have rightly called attention to how much closer Rand is to Aristotle than to the consequentialists. My treatment of consequentialism in the chapter differs from Ben's comment in that I allow that there are egoistic forms of consequentialism, whereas he treats consequentialism as holding that the good is intrinsic and so impersonal. This last is surely the common form of the position. It's the form we find in Mill and Moore.
Keep in mind, Mill is not a consequentialist.
All
He's
right,
a
hold on a second.
utilitarian. Mill is a utilitarian, by the way, not a consequentialist.
I don't think this is an accident. The logic of consequentialism leads to seeing goodness as impersonal because it severs value from there's a typo there, from all of the features that tie it essentially to particular agents. This disconnect opens the door to arguments like Moore's that there is an incoherence in the very idea of an individual's good. I think there's a missing words there. There is an incoherence in the very idea of an individual's good. Okay, so looks like Ben and Greg have slightly different views,
Um,
and I think this paragraph was really key. Let me read this one again. Rand was not a consequentialist. On her view, an individual's welfare is not something that can be separated from his actions and evaluated apart from them.
Something, the way that
It
these two people,
consists rather in his own rational achievement of a self-sustaining life. So the maybe it's a more holistic perspective. The end is the whole life, not some little part of it that you can isolate out. And I think Greg talks in the Foundations of a Free Society. That's a book in the Ayn Rand Philosophical Studies series. There's an essay in there. I'm not sure what the title of it is, but he talks about I think he presents what he calls a false alternative between seeing values as intrinsic and as instrumental, and rather he sees values as constitutive. This has come up in one of my previous streams. Um, and I think maybe that's the sort of point Greg has in mind. Like if you think of something like happiness or pleasure as the ends, as opposed to the whole life of an organism, then you're somehow separating uh, the actions from their results in a way that Rand doesn't do, to the degree some people would think she's doing that, I guess. I think he's saying something like that. For her, the end, the real end is the whole life lived in a certain way. Maybe that's what Greg is saying. Go ahead.
I just think he's not accurately characterizing consequentialism. He's trying to say that consequentialists, they separate action from consequence, and then they evaluate the consequence itself separate from the actions. And so, but this is completely wrong. People quite often will say, what do the ends justify the means? In other words, they say, well, does the consequence justify all actions? And they say that specifically to denote their perception of consequentialism as meaning that you drive at the end, ignoring all, ignoring, call it, sorry, ignoring sort of virtue or intrinsic consideration, something like, should you lie to produce a particular end result? And would the end result not be tainted by the lie? And they say, well, consequentialism would say that the lie does not taint the end result because the end result is good because it achieves this particular consequence. And so, um, you know, it's not evaluated separate from the actions. Consequentialism Consequentialism sanctifies the action by its consequence. So it doesn't ignore the action. It holistically integrates the action into a view of the world that cares and prioritizes consequences, or more specifically, it prioritizes actions which lead to particular consequences. So it doesn't divorce consequence from action. So I don't think that's a proper characterization of consequentialism. And then the second mischaracterization is that he appears to be saying, I can't remember the other, he says something else that's a mischaracterization. Yeah, he says that Mill is a consequentialist. Mill is widely understood to be a utilitarian. And it's precisely because utilitarianism is collectivist, whereas consequentialism is usually perceived to be egoist and individualist. People shun consequentialism because it is too self-interested. So,
I think I'm not seeing that. I can see utilitarianism as being a form of consequentialism.
yeah.
It's just the consequences differ. The relevant consequences differ than for
Yeah.
egoism. I thought Mill often was considered a consequentialist.
Yes and no. Because utilitarianism is the greatest good for the greatest number, as opposed to consequentialism, which is the greatest good for you. Here's a dirty secret. All ethical systems are eventually consequentialist because it is impossible to do ethics without appeal to consequences. There is no ethical system which is not consequentialist. Even something like,
Well, even what?
let's say something like duty ethics. You must do your duty irrespective of its consequences for you. But why is that duty sacred? The duty is sacred and it's required of you because it produces a consequence for some higher good, some higher goal like the state, or for God's kingdom on earth, or for your people, or whatever. And so because the consequence that is being aimed at is sacred, the good of your people, or for, the state or whatever, the consequences that it has on you are not are considered to be unimportant. But the consequence on the greater goal is important. There is
Well,
no
I think
ethical system which does not
with
appeal to consequence.
Kant's ethics, it's called deontology sometimes. I don't know that there is some further good. You just are supposed to do your duty because it's your duty. It's not that it serves the states or serves God. Uh,
Hmm.
and
I
I
don't know
mean,
if you,
I think that's the paradigm case that's usually given as a non-consequentialist sort of ethics. By
and that's true.
definition, it's that. Yeah.
That's true when taken in isolation. So Kant's duty ethics says that the exact quote is that, something he talks about inclinations. He said that if your inclinations, in other words, your personal motivations and your personal interests, in any way factor into your decisions to obey your duty, to do your duty, then that has contaminated the act because you must do the act not out of duty, but you must do it from duty itself. In other words, divorce from all inclination. But the ethical system itself, Kant's duty ethics, was aimed at promoting the German state. The broader context. I don't know if you've ever read this guy he's an objectivist at the Atlas Society. Um, pretty great guy. Fucking forgot his name. Stephen Hicks. He goes through the was it postmodernism explained or whatever. He goes through how Kant and Hegel and all these people they were responding in large part to the status of Germany after the Napoleonic invasion and so on, and after the various kind of the movements that happened after that, and the fact that Germany was not well situated. They were trying to revive German spirit and the German, blood and soil nationalist idea and the folk, the Volk kind of aesthetic. And so Kant was doing all of this in pursuit of course, he stated that he was doing it to preserve pre-modernist Christianity, but also to try to revive the German national spirit. And so he was instilling this idea of doing things from duty. Duty to what? Duty to the German state. So even there, the state itself would have had its own ultimate appeal to some consequence. There is
Okay.
no
Well,
escaping.
I mean, even if he had that in his mind as the reason, I don't think he states that in his work. The what is it? The groundwork for the metaphysics of morals. I think that's the title of his ethics. So he doesn't give that as a justification, as far as I know, for why you should do your duty. But yeah, maybe in actual fact, like that was his private reason for.
Sure. But even if we want to say that he didn't explicitly give that as the reason, well, if you were addicted, forget whether or not you don't have to go there. We just say, okay, even so, if you were teaching someone this idea that they must do things from duty, and you gave them no consequence to appeal to, you just said you must do things from duty. There is no way that you could control a population with that because eventually they will ask, "What am I suffering for?" You will have to appeal. You will have to give them some reason to bear the suffering. You'll have to appeal to some consequence, whether it's the eventual triumph of the Aryan race, it's the eventual glory of the German people. You have to appeal to a consequence. There is no ethical system that can survive without appealing to a consequence.
I did just remember one aspect of his view, which is his universalizability principle. So if you can't universalize an action, then there's something incoherent or impracticable about it. And I think he gives the example of, or at least people use this sort of example to illustrate it. Like if everyone lies all the time, then society breaks down because you can't trust anyone. So since line is not universalizable, then we should all practice it. And I remember Leonard Peikoff mocking this with some sort of example, like if it's universalizable to say like every time you wake up you should clap your hands 5 times. Well, does that mean it's good? It's a good thing to do. It's I don't remember his specific example, but it was something sort of silly like that. Um, but maybe Kant did give this sort of uh, explanation as to why you should do your duty because somehow it's something universalizable, and if it's not universalizable, then sort of some problems arise. So um, I'm not an expert in Kant, but I do remember him saying that. So maybe there is. It also could be that he's inconsistent. Like maybe in some passages he suggests that there need be no explanation given as to why you should do your duty, and maybe in other passages he says or implies that there is an explanation maybe having to do with this universalizability principle. So I'm not sure. I would have to look back at Kant.
Yeah. Just it's just every ethical system must appeal to a consequence. Even the Bible, they say you must do your duty. Why? Well, do you want to get into heaven? Do you want to enter God's kingdom? Yes or no? And so if you do well, if you want the consequence of heaven and eternal bliss, then you must do this. There's no ethical system that can escape consequences.
I've talked about the Bible on my stream before, on this very point, and yes, there is the point that heaven serves as a motivation or avoiding hell. But also, even aside from the afterlife, heaven or hell, there's earthly consequences in the Bible. I've been reading the Bible recently, so it's kind of fresh in my mind. Like if you disobey God's orders, then you could be subjected to God's punishment during this life. So maybe you'll get conquered by some other tribe, or maybe God will send a plague of locusts to harass you. But so yes, religion does involve consequences of some kind, if not natural, then supernatural consequences. Although sometimes religion is presented as being a kind of duty ethics, and I think there's something to that if you're looking at it from the perspective of the actual consequences during your life on Earth. Like if you say, well, the there's no afterlife, there's no supernatural realm, so if you tell me that the reason I should do something is because I'm going to benefit from it in the next life, well, in effect, it turns out to be a duty ethics. There really isn't a reason for me to do this if I don't believe in this afterlife. So you might think of it as, in effect, a duty ethics, if you take a naturalistic view of the world. I do want to come back to the chat. It's been a while since I've looked at the chat. I want to see what's going on there. I don't know if you're still here. Maybe oh, did you get,
No, I'm still here. Oh, sorry.
oh, okay, okay. Yeah, let me just go back to the chat, see if there's anything going on there. Where's my chat window? There
There's
it
nothing in
is.
chat. There's just some coping. That's all. Just
I see a bunch of chats from Simon. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly. Oh, and Holden is here. He says, my favorite show. Thanks, I appreciate that. Let's see, the last one I was up to. Here, let me share this on the screen again. All right, now it's up. I wouldn't want to put myself in a scenario like that. I think I read that one before. I don't know why, but my comment didn't come through. It's a floating abstraction because it isn't inductively derived. Objectivism is causal, not consequentialist. I'd have to know where Peikoff explicitly says that, because I'm pretty sure Peikoff does say that if any theory isn't inductively derived in philosophy, it wouldn't be valid. The key in that paragraph are principles. The paragraph I read, there were 3 paragraphs, I think. That would make the consequences causal and not consequentialists, because the principles are derived from a chain of what is good based on life.
in other words, they're based on what the consequences of the decision are on your life. Ah,
Holden was here last time and he called in. So um, the principles are meant to be used to evaluate the decision.
based on its consequences on your life.
This is ignoring all of the induction process as to why you need to evaluate for yourself. I'm pretty sure Peikoff also says consequentialism is a derivative of pragmatism.
He never said
It's
that. But
it's
even if he did, it wouldn't
pragmatism's
matter.
moral system.
It wouldn't matter, even if he did say it, because Peikoff saying something doesn't make it true.
I don't remember Peikoff using that term at all, actually, although maybe he had it in mind. But he does talk in terms of consequences, but I don't recall him specifically using the word consequentialism. I'll do a search of Opar right now and see if I can find any use of that term. Consequentialism.
But okay, Simon,
No, I don't see any.
Simon, it's predicated on the causal principles. Causality is an interaction between two bodies. It is an analysis of the effects of the actions of one thing upon the other. It's an analysis of the consequences of the interaction. Causal analysis is consequentialist analysis.
A cause. So there is. Well, I think that the way causality is understood in objectivism is it's the law of identity applied to action. That's one way it's put. So an entity acts in accordance with its identity,
That's what I said.
and well, you put it. You said something about one body interacts or one entity interacts with another entity.
Yeah.
Um, I was thinking of like billiard balls, for example, knocking into each other, but it could also be maybe thought of in a more some way in somewhat of a more general sense, like if an entity acts in accordance with its nature, that could be like a banana just rotting. If it's never eaten, it just sits there and it rots. That's an entity acting in accordance with its nature. It's not
Uh,
in a obvious way, one entity interacting with another entity in the way two billiard balls interact, but you might say like at a finer grain level, you've got bacteria and they're decomposing. So
yeah.
it comes
May I?
down. But just one other thing, it's instead of saying it's an entity acting in accordance with its identity, you could think of the actions as the consequences, maybe, and say it's the the actions of an entity are the consequences of its identity. So maybe that's a way of tying in the issue of consequentialism to the law of identity.
Yes, you could do that, but that has a problem because causality is necessarily a two-body interaction. There's no such thing as isolated causality. If you think about it, think about this. Think about a universe which only has one entity, and that entity has no parts. The entity is it is a singleton whole, and it's the only thing that exists. What causality could there be in that universe? What actions are necessary for that particular entity? None, right? Causality is always interactive between the identities of multiple entities. It is the way that they must interact with respect to one another. What would motion
I'm thinking
even
about
mean?
the singularity that's some physicists postulate at the beginning of the Big Bang, the thing that banged, the thing that exploded. They call it the singularity. Like, did that thing, would you call that
So
thing one entity?
no,
Was it
because it's
interacting with
composite.
other entities?
It's composite. That the singularity was all matter in the universe. It was compressed infinitely into one point. That means it had parts inside of itself. There were many different parts inside. But remember that I said that this entity that I was describing has no parts. It is singleton, right? So in that kind of universe, and the only thing that surrounds it is just nothingness all around. Think what would it even mean for that thing to move? What would motion even mean? Where's it moving from and where is it moving to? It's moving from where it is toward where? To nothingness. What would action mean? What would motion mean? It literally doesn't make any sense, right? It's a meaningless concept. Action and interaction only make sense when there's a second entity to act against, to interact with. Motion and causality are always interactive. And so, you know, that's why I spoke in the terms that I did, causality is always interactive, and causal analysis is an analysis of the effects of particular entities and their actions, their identities. As Ayn Rand said, existence is identity. You know, causal
There are,
analysis is consequential analysis.
maybe I should put that in the chat. I can put it as a quote from Prion. Causal analysis is consequential analysis. Was that it?
Yeah, that's what I would say. You know,
Okay, I'm typing that out. And I'll put it, the latent Prion, that's how. Um,
Simon Grassi. Grassi, you say consequentialism says that the morality of an action is based on its consequences. Yes, that's what objectivism actually says. Objectivism says that morality is nothing other than a code of actions to preserve your life. And moral codes are derived from the consequence that they must pursue, which is your life. In fact, we just read a Peikoff quote that said that morality is nothing other than a means to an end. You don't start with morality as a floating, intrinsic set of laws and then you derive things from morality. No, you start with the consequence, you derive morality from the consequence. The rules are derived from the goal. It's not inverting causality. You're the one who's inverting causality.
Morality of an action is based on the consequence, which doesn't
True.
presuppose the question of any moral standard.
Consequentialism is not floating. It's anchored by the goal. The goal is what anchors consequentialism.
Well, we were brainstorming topics which people might call in about. And I was just thinking, Simon, if you're interested in calling in about this, you can. And we could do a three-way call. Leighton Prion can stay on, or if you want to just do a one-on-one call, we could also do that. But no pressure. Just wanted to mention that as a possibility.
Yes, it starts with the effect rather than the cause because you don't know the cause until you experience the effect. All you have when you start living, from your first moment of life, you open your eyes, your mind is blank. And then you first have an experience. The experience is painful. And so that experience is an effect on your consciousness. And then you look out at the world to figure out what the cause was. And then when you learn what the cause was, you evaluate the cause based on its effect upon you. You learn about the effect before you learn about the cause. So you cannot try to do morality from causes first. Chronologically, you start with effects. You infer causes after you learn them, first by experiencing their effects. It is impossible for you to start morality from causes. It is epistemologically impossible. Goodness.
How morality is induced? That's an interesting question. Simon was bringing up induction before. Where was that? Oh, yeah, he says if any theory isn't inductively derived in philosophy, it wouldn't be valid. I had some thoughts a few weeks ago about inducing morality. Um, I think that's an interesting topic. So how do we induce morality? We could go back to the stage when we're infants, and I think the first the first experiences we have with pleasure and pain like drinking the mother's milk. Maybe that gives you some pleasure, and then maybe you get some pain or discomfort if I don't know what would cause it. Maybe the baby is cold, it doesn't have any clothes on, and it cries because it's cold, and then it gets the blanket thrown on him or held by its mother, and now it's warm. So it has these experiences of pleasure and pain, or comfort and discomfort. And from these experiences, it has a basis for its concept of good and bad. And Rand makes this point in the objectivist ethics. She says maybe I should share that just to make sure I accurately quote her. Let me open up my objectivist ethics on my Kindle and do a search on pleasure and pain. Is this? Yeah, I think this is the passage I was looking for. Right. Okay. She says, in what manner does a human being discover the concept of value? By what means does he first become aware of the issue of good or evil in its simplest form? By means of the physical sensations of pleasure or pain.
Yep.
So if we're talking about inducing, how do we get from our observations of the facts to moral principles about good and evil? It starts with physical sensations of pleasure and pain. That's
The
the
next sentence is really
inductive
important.
basis.
The next sentence is really important.
Just as sensations are the first step of the development of a human consciousness in the realm of cognition, so they are its first step in the realm of evaluation.
See, so in other words, you start with perception, sensations, perception, the first step in cognition and evaluation. In other words, you come into contact with effects before you learn of their causes. Remember in Peikoff's lectures on perception, Simon, do you remember? He says that perception is the effects of external objects upon consciousness, right? You don't perceive objects directly, you perceive their effects. Sorry, that's wrong phrasing. Peikoff explicitly argued against this phrasing I was just using. So he says that you perceive reality by means of its effects upon your consciousness. You don't perceive the effects of things. You perceive reality by means of its effects. The effects are what make known. The effects are what make reality known to you. You cannot know reality except by means of the effects of objects on your sense organs. So you tell me, Simon, you say that I'm inverting causality by talking about effects before causes. But you start epistemologically and evaluatively with effects. There is no other way for you to know reality. You know reality by means of its effects on your consciousness. So what do you mean? I'm inverting what? The only way for you to know reality is based on effects. You infer causes afterward. You perceive effects first.
Simon says, I sound more aggressive than how I'm writing, by the way. I'm just trying to condense the ideas within the limited characters.
I don't think you're being
Laugh.
aggressive. I just think that you're being what I call you're doing what I call chanting the magic words. There's a lot of objectivists who don't really understand what they're reading, and they just kind of when they find themselves trying to express an issue, they just kind of chant the magic words from what they remember that Peikoff or Rand said, and it's like they just kind of start like like chanting Rand as an incantation or something.
All right, let me come back to my Kindle screen. All right, so where to go from here? See, I'm thinking about the effects of my live stream. I want to have good effects, and that includes taking into account what is of interest to the audience. I'm here to engage with people. That's why I do a live stream. So if you all out there want to engage, I'd definitely encourage it. So if there's some other topics you want to bring up, feel free to raise it in the chat. Or if you like this topic, that would also be good information. We can keep going on this topic. And anyone can also call in, or you can
I
just
think
say hi.
I think I've
Go ahead.
stayed on. I think I've stayed on for a bit too long. Uh, uh, I'll fight with you another night, maybe.
All right. Well,
It
if
was
you want to
really,
go, that's fine.
yeah, it's fine. It was really nice talking to you again, Dan. Appreciate your patience with me and my was it my non-orthodoxy and stuff, you know. So thanks for your time.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I appreciate the call. It's and it helps save my voice. So that's one of the good consequences of taking calls. But I appreciate the conversation. So thanks again.
Great.
Okay. He has gone. So what's next? Should I take a break? I really appreciate what Holden said. He said it's his favorite show. That's it's a very nice compliment. That's the first time I got that, I think. So thank you again, Holden. And you have helped make my show what it is. Florida Nick says, I found this conversation interesting. Good. Glad to hear it. Next is the money. The money always comes first, says Prion. Well, eventually comes the money. I said I might not turn on Super Chat until next year. That remains to be determined. But considering what the audience is interested in is definitely part of it. Of course, it's not the only thing, but it's part of it. Because if the audience wants me to be a socialist, if that's where the real money is, or a religious person, right? Maybe I could get a big audience and make more money by doing that, but I wouldn't do it because I'd rather have less audience and less money and promote ideas that I think are good. So money, it doesn't come first, but it is a consideration. And sometimes it's not worth living if you can't live the way you want to. Like Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death. If you can't live free, then maybe it's not worth living at all. Live free or die. That's the slogan of what is that? The New Hampshire, one of the one of the states. I'm going to Google that. A famous motto and rallying cry for freedom, most prominently serving as the official motto of the state of New Hampshire. So socialist YouTubers are literally called bread tubers. Is that why? Because they think they're trying to chase money? I don't know how they got that name. All right, so what topic should we do next? I don't feel like I need to end the stream now. My voice is okay. I don't know if I'm going to break a record today. I would have to go pretty late to do that because I started later than usual, around 1 o'clock my time. So I've been going for 4 hours. My record is almost 10 hours. So I would have to go to about 11 p.m. my time. I don't think that's going to happen, but I can go at least a little bit longer. I'm going to take a look at my analytics now. They are called bread tubers because of Kropotkin's book, The Conquest of the Bread, or The Conquest of Bread. Hmm. I could give you a reading update now. I've been reading a lot about Trump lately. More specifically, I read about the Trump Organization, which is his conglomerate business, the main part of which is real estate. So he has a bunch of hotels and buildings like Trump Tower, but he also has other things like golf courses, casinos, skating rinks, a bunch of other things too. But I think the main things are his real estate ventures and Truth Social. You might have heard of that, and his meme coin, his action hero cards. Um, but I read the whole Wikipedia article about the Trump Organization. I also read the article on the Stormy Daniels scandal, that porn star who alleges she had a relationship or affair with Trump back around, I think 2006 or 2000. Yeah, I think maybe 2006. Sometime around then. So I read that whole article and then a little about the um the court cases surrounding that. So I think Trump was there were investigations into him both by the New York district or the Manhattan district attorney and also the New York Attorney General, and he was found guilty of 34 counts of something. Um, he paid, or the allegation at least is that he paid hush money to keep Stormy Daniels from telling her story in order to increase his chances of being elected. This story was released just a few weeks before the 2016 election, and he was trying to prevent that, or so the story goes, via an intermediary. So that his lawyer, Michael Cohen, paid Stormy Daniels $130,000, and um, apparently doing this might have violated some kind of rules. Like I think it might have been charged that campaign money, like money people had donated to the Trump campaign was used to pay off Stormy Daniels, and this was a violation of the election campaign rules, the finance rules. But I think Trump said no, campaign money was not used. It was his own personal money. Now, I don't know if he was ultimately found guilty of that. Now, he didn't directly pay Stormy Daniels. I think it was his lawyer, Michael Cohen, who paid Stormy Daniels, and then Trump reimbursed his lawyer. Um, but uh, somehow or other, I think there was an allegation that campaign finance rules were violated, and I think maybe that was one of the reasons Trump was found guilty in that case. Although I think he might be appealing the case, and maybe the appeal is on hold right now while he's president. I don't know the exact status of it. Um, but that's another thing I was reading some about. And then there's also a case against him where he was found guilty of tax fraud, I think. He was representing the value of his assets higher to um, publications like Forbes magazine. Well, they'll put out these rankings of the top 400 most rich people in the US or the world, maybe. And to be on those rankings, I think Trump would overstate the value of his assets, his real estate, and so on, in order to be on the list. However, when he reported the value of his assets to the IRS and doing his taxes, it was much lower because if you have lower valued assets, then you're not taxed as much. So, in light of this discrepancy, I guess his finances were investigated and he was found guilty. And maybe he's appealing that as well. I'm not sure. But anyways, that's another kind of lawsuit that he was involved in. And then there's also other lawsuits like the election interference in Georgia, and that's the one where he got the mugshot, and that went became a meme. Um, I haven't read much about that case. I just know of it, and maybe there are other cases too, but that's a little about what I've been reading regarding Trump recently. Florida Nick asks, is it true that he went bankrupt with a casino? I believe there was at least one casino where that happened. I think he has multiple casinos or had multiple casinos. And I seem to recall reading that one of them went bankrupt. Now, in the wake of the New York lawsuits, one or both of them by the Attorney General of New York and the Manhattan District Attorney, uh, I think they ordered his business, his Trump organization, to be put in receivership and basically dissolved. Um, and some people say this is the equivalent of a death penalty for a corporation, so they call it the corporate death penalty. And maybe Trump is appealing that, but that's at least what was going to be the consequence, to bring that word back in, of his New York lawsuits. Actually, maybe I should pull that up on screen, or at least on my screen, so I can be more accurate in reporting what happens. Okay, here's the window I need. And Where's the tab? I think it might be this one. Ah, yes. Okay, yeah, let me share this. So here's a paragraph from the Trump Organization article on Wikipedia. Um, so it says, so here's a bunch of things it involves: real estate, resorts, residential towers, golf courses, but they also have operated in construction, hospitality, casinos, entertainment, book and magazine publishing, broadcast media, model management. Oh, that's right. He owned the Miss Universe or Miss America, those pageants for some number of years. Beauty pageants. Oh, yeah, the organization that owned The Apprentice. And then here's the part I was talking about. Trump has been accused of deliberately inflating the valuation of Trump Organization properties through aggressive lobbying of the media, in particular the authors of the annual Forbes 400 list, to bolster his perceived net worth. By 2019, the Trump Organization was being scrutinized by New York investigators for possible financial fraud. In July 2021, New York prosecutors charged the organization with 10 counts in an alleged 15-year tax avoidance scheme. In November, the Washington Post reported that between 2011 and 2015, the organization presented several properties as being worth far more to potential lenders than to tax officials. The organization's CFO pleaded guilty to more than a dozen felonies. In September 22, New York Attorney General Letitia James announced a civil lawsuit against the organization. A separate criminal case by the Manhattan District Attorney was brought to trial in October. On December 6th, the organization was convicted on 17 criminal charges. All right. And now we get to the corporate death penalty paragraph. In September 2023, the judge presiding over the civil suit ruled that Trump, his adult sons, that's Don Jr. and Eric Trump, and the organization repeatedly committed fraud and ordered their New York business certificates canceled and their business entities sent into receivership for dissolution in what has been described by observers as a corporate death penalty. Trump and the organization were ordered to pay nearly $355 million before interest in February 2024, with further restrictions placed on the Trump Organization's business certificates and on both Trump and his adult son's ability to do business in New York. On March 25th, 2024, the required payment was lowered to $175 million with a 10-day deadline. Trump posted the bond on April 1st, 2024, thus ensuring that his assets and properties could not be seized until at least the time his appeals finished. All right, so it looks like the latest on this is that Trump is appealing this judgment, but at least the judgment looks like his business entities are sent into receivership for dissolution. That's pretty drastic. You asked about the casinos. I don't know if it was in this article that it said one of his casinos went bankrupt. The casino company did not fare as well, and Trump eventually lost his stake in the company to bankruptcy. Okay. So I don't know if that was all of his casinos or just one of them. It says casinos, plural. He launched a publicly traded company for the Trump casinos. The casino company didn't fare well. So I guess that means all of them. Uh, he lost, so I guess he lost his stake in all the casinos. Here's three casino hotels mentioned: Atlantic City, New Jersey, Trump Plaza, Trump Castle, and Trump Taj Mahal. Take a look at a different analytics screen. Okay. I think the viewership might be a bit higher today than it was last stream. It's good to see. Thanks everyone for being here. All right, what other topics do you want to raise? Another thing I've been reading is the book of Judges. That's the seventh book in the Bible after the book of Joshua. So I can talk a little on that. After Joshua is the one, he's the one who leads the Israelites into the promised land, and he conquers the non-Israelite tribes who are there, like the Canaanites, and then the land is divided among the 12 tribes of Israel, one of which is named Dan. And there's also the tribe of Benjamin and Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Asher, Naphtali, Zebulun, Issachar, Asher, Judah in the south. That's probably most of them. That's just from memory. However, in the next book, the Israelites, because they are not faithful to God, they start worshiping false idols, false gods called Baal, Baal, or however that's pronounced. God gets angry and he allows the remnants of the other tribes to attack and defeat or subdue, conquer. I'm not sure what the right verb is. The Israelites. So they haven't completely been driven out after Joshua. Joshua conquered them, but then there's still some of them there, the other non-Israelite tribes or tribes members. So they haven't been completely driven out. And when the Israelites disobey God by worshiping their gods, the gods of these other tribes, then the God of the Israelites, Yahweh, he allows the remnants of the non-Israelite tribes to attack the Israelites and get the upper hand again. But then a leader arises up among the Israelites and leads them back to victory. And these leaders are called judges, and that's what gives the name to the book of Judges. So I'm about a little over halfway through that book. There are, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so judges. Othniel is the name of one of them. I think he's the first one. And then I forget the names of the others. Abdon, I think that's another one. And I'm up to Samuel. So he's, I don't know if he's the most prominent judge or the last judge. I think he might be the last judge. But anyways, I'm up to the chapter on the birth of Samuel within the book of Judges. And they don't have a monarchy yet. They don't have kings of the Israelites. Eventually that'll come in, I guess, in two books from where I am. So after the book of Judges is the book of Ruth, which I think is very short and talks about the ancestry of David, I believe. At least that's what I read somewhere. And David was one of the kings. Once they no longer had these temporary leaders, which are called judges, they had the monarchy started. And then you have King Saul, King David, King Solomon, who gave his name to Solomon's temple. That was the first temple in Jerusalem, which was conquered by David. I believe David conquered Jerusalem. And then his successor, Solomon, established a temple there. And I have a much better understanding of all this now than when I first read the Bible. I read the Bible over 2 decades ago, but I didn't do as much reading about the Bible like on Wikipedia at that time. Uh, I don't know that I used Wikipedia at all that long ago. But anyways, I have a much better understanding of it now, which I enjoy having. All right, so that's what I've been reading about in the Bible. Let me come back to the chat. I don't see any new chats. Oh, here's one from Florida Nick. He says, if someone was going to read the Bible for the first time, is there an edition you would recommend? I think the one I'm reading now might be a good one. I'm reading the New International Version, the NIV. The first one I read decades ago was the King James version, but I think the language there is archaic and it's harder to follow. Some Bibles are more literal in their translation of the original Hebrew or whatever language, Aramaic, was used, and other Bibles try to capture more the sense of what's being said rather than the literal meaning. And then some Bibles are sort of a hybrid. They're a compromise between literal translation and capturing the meaning. And I think I might have read that the New International Version is one of those sorts of hybrid Bibles. And I've found it uh, certainly more readable than the King James Version. So um, Now, I don't have experience with a lot of Bibles. I just mainly I've looked at two or three, but out of the three, in the third one, I think I read part of was the American Catholic Bible, but I don't remember that very well. But based on my very limited experience in reading different Bible translations, I would say the New International Version. So for whatever that's worth. But something that helps a lot is reading peripheral articles like on Wikipedia. I read a lot of articles on Wikipedia about the Bible, and that's helped me to understand a lot. I can actually share my screen that shows all the articles I read about the Bible that has helped me to understand that. Where is that? Okay, here's the window. Oh, wait, but I need a. Okay, this is what I wanted. I showed at least part of this on screen before once, but I can show some more of it now. Okay, so this is a Google Doc I created in which I list all the articles on Wikipedia I've read. So, for example, I have a, and I put in brackets my own wording as opposed to the title of an article on Wikipedia. So I have a section on Judeo-Christianity, and there's an article on Wikipedia titled Authorship of the Bible. And each word is separated by an underscore. That's how Wikipedia does it. Like if I go to one of these other tabs, oh, that's about Trump because I was reading about Trump last on Wikipedia. But it doesn't matter for I just to show. If you look at the end of the URL, you see all the words are separated by underscores. So what I do is I just copy the end of that article and then I paste it into my Wikipedia document, wherever the appropriate section is. So I've got my Trump article. My Trump section is somewhere else in this very long document. You can see it's 167 pages, it looks like. Um, but there's just so many hundreds or thousands of articles here. I don't know how many it is that I'll lose track if I don't write it down. So I put the end of the URL of each article that I've read here. And here's all my articles on Judaism, the Torah, that's the first five books of the Old Testament, and the book of Genesis. And all these are articles about that. So I've read a lot, and that's helped me to understand the Bible. Here's the book of Exodus, plus all these other articles, like the article on Moses, the wife of Moses. That's what the W is. That's his wife. Um, Book of Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. That's the last book of the Torah. The book of Joshua, and then the book of Judges. This is the one I'm on right now. And I make notes about some of the essential information. Like the book of Judges covers 271 years. And I get that from another source, actually. So there's another source I can show you. It'll be better if I stop the screen share for a moment. And I've shared this before also, but it's a good time to share it again. It'll be hard to see though because of my virtual background. Maybe you can see parts of it. The wall chart of world history. It shows up for a second, a split second, when it confuses the book with my face. I guess maybe if I put it near my face, it'll think, because somehow it's okay. Now it's stable, or it was. Anyways, it says the wall chart of world history. It's this huge book and it expands to like 20 feet. It'd be better to do this without my virtual background, but I don't want to turn it off right now. But I'll just show part of it. I'll try to show part of it because this is not easy. See all these streams of it's all these marks are for centuries, each century, and it shows you like Noah lived for 900 years or whatever, Adam, and it shows how all the figures in the Bible, or at least the main figures, how they all interrelate and who is the son of who. And I can, so there's a lot of genealogy here, and it was very helpful for keeping track of it all. So I look at this a lot as I'm reading history in the Bible. These are the 12 tribes of Israel. So you have Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and then Jacob, who is renamed Israel. He has 12 sons, and those become the 12 tribes of Israel. Actually, it's a little more complicated than that because one of his sons, Levi, that's the tribe of priests, and they don't get their own land. Maybe they get certain cities, but they don't get a large area like all the others do. And then another of his sons, Joseph, has sons of his own, Ephraim and Manasseh. So those are the actual 12 tribes that the land of Israel is divided up into. So if um, you don't count Levi, that means the number of sons is 11. But if you don't count Joseph and instead count his two sons, now the number is back up to 12. So you end up with 12 tribes of Israel. And those are, I don't know, it might be too small to see here, but all these branches, or at least many of them, represent the 12 tribes. And I am up to the next page. Each page in this book is about 450 years. I think you can see Solomon's temple here at the top. So I'm not that far, but I'm getting close to that. I am a little bit over. Um, Samuel. That's where Samuel is. So I'm up to this point, which, according to this chronology, is it's about 1100 BC. Of course, you might think it's all fictional, right? But if you assume that the years given in the Bible are true and you go by certain calculations of certain scholars, historians, you can estimate when these people were around, if they were actually around and not purely mythological. So I'm up to about 1100 BC. And I mean, the Bible starts at 4004 BC on this chart. So um, gone about a 3,000 years of history so far. So, in terms of recommending study aids, I think getting a big wall chart like that is very helpful. There might be something like that free online. I'm sure there is, something like that. But having something like a big timeline is very helpful for studying history. I also make genealogy charts. Um, I don't know if this will show up on screen, but this is just in my own hand. Maybe you can see parts of it. I titled the Old Testament, and I've got Adam and Eve at the top, and then they have their sons, Cain and Abel, and Seth. I guess he's the next one. And Seth is an ancestor of Noah, and then it gets more complicated further down. So I do a lot of these genealogy charts to help me keep track of things. At the bottom of this, Moses is down here towards the bottom. So I might have to add a new page to this. I have some charts that are I've got like 11 pages taped together. So it's this huge um, map of how all the people are interrelated. So those are some of the key study aids I use. Wall chart, genealogies, and maps also. I use Google Maps to look up places I'm not familiar with, find out where they are. Florida Nick says, okay, thanks. All right, that was 10 minutes ago. All right, anything else anyone wants to bring up? Should I take a break? Should I end the stream? Let me see my list of notes, see if there's anything else I could talk about. Maybe I should take a poll. I was thinking about doing that on whether I announce the stream in advance or not. I guess I'll do that. Oh, Florida Nick says he's just downloaded a NIV Bible app and I'll try it out tomorrow. Okay. I have been reading it on on my laptop. I can show you. Let me see if I can pull that up. I'll show you the version I read. There it is. Biblica.com. So there are other versions of the NIV Bible. So here's another one from Bible.com. But you'll see they have different layouts. Sometimes they have advertisements. But I like the way this one looks, so I usually read this one on biblica.com. I haven't tried reading it on my phone. Again, the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord, so the Lord delivered them into the hands of the Philistines for 40 years. That's the beginning of the birth of Samson chapter. Okay, back to what I was sharing in the chat. Are you interested in the Bible? I guess so, if you're going to read it. I wonder what motivates your interest. I'm interested because it's a very influential piece of literature. So if you want to understand culture, I think it makes sense to understand something about the Bible. Of course, there's you could spend your whole life studying it, and I don't want to study it that much, but I do want to understand it better than I do now. I was going to do a poll here. Yes, start a poll. So I'm going to say, should I announce streams a day before they happen? You can answer yes, you can answer no, and I'll add an option for it doesn't matter or I don't care. All right. So there's an advantage and there's a disadvantage to doing this, to announcing the streams before. If I do that, like if I announce today's stream last night, then you'll have more advanced notice and maybe it'll be easier for you to plan it into your day. The disadvantage is that sometimes I have to change my schedule. So, like last time, I had a stream planned the day in advance, and then I woke up the next morning. I was going to do a stream, but I felt bad in the morning. I was feeling a little bit sick, so I had to delay the stream, postpone it. And so whereas if I just announce it just like an hour before I know I'm going to go live, then there's no chance of having the stream delayed or postponed or canceled. It's 100% certain virtually to happen, but it's more risky. The sooner in advance, the further in advance I announce it, the more likely it is I might have to change my schedule, and maybe that's an inconvenience to you. And so I was curious if you all have a preference about when I announce my streams. So I'm going to put this question in the chat. Okay, now you can vote on it. There's only a few people here, so um, I don't know if I'll get a representative sample, but anyways, I'll get at least a little input, hopefully. Florida Nick says, you and the Troubadour channel convinced me it was important to read given its influence. Okay. That's Kurt Barbara's channel, right? I think that's the name of the individual who runs the YouTube channel called Troubadour. Florida Nick says, I tried to read it many years ago, but I was very biased. Biased against it, I guess. Okay. Sounds like this is a similar motivation to mine. It's just been a very influential work. You hear references to it all the time, and maybe it's becoming increasingly influential within the Republican Party and with the rise of Christian nationalism. It seems to be coming, that movement of Christian nationalism is becoming more prominent, it seems. So maybe it'll become increasingly relevant to understanding what's going on in politics. Maybe you can become a more effective debater or discusser if you know more about it. I don't think I've had any Christians call into my stream and debate Christianity. I have done some debates on my channel about the existence of God or abortion with Christians, but I don't think I've had anyone call in my stream since I've started doing live streaming earlier this year who is a Christian. At least I don't recall anyone saying that they're a Christian and wanting to debate religion. But if anyone out there wants to do that, you can call me. I've watched some debates on TikTok. There's several atheists who keep popping up in my TikTok feed who debate theists. Sometimes I enjoy watching those a little bit. Florida Nick says, if it, the Bible, and Atlas Shrugged are rated number 1 and 2, maybe it's worth a read. There was a poll some years ago, or at least I heard that there was a poll that did rank Atlas Shrugged as the second most influential book on Americans, maybe. But I also recall looking into that and thinking that the poll, there was something wrong with the poll. Like maybe it was too, I don't know if the sample size was really small, but something about it made me think, this doesn't really seem like a legit poll. But I could be misremembering. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it was a fine poll. I would like to see the source of that. Maybe if I Google that, I'll find it. Was it a Reader's Digest poll? I wouldn't be surprised actually if those two were at the top because they are both very influential on many people. What is the poll showing Atlas Shrugged is the most influential book after the Bible? I'm going to Google that. AI says a 1991 survey by the Library of Congress and the Book of the Month Club identified Atlas Shrugged as the second most influential book after the Bible. The poll asked 5,000 people to name the book that has most influence that had the most influence in their lives. And the results placed Ayn Rand's novel at the top of the list, followed by books such as The Road Less Traveled and To Kill a Mockingbird. Okay. Maybe it was the sample size there. They surveyed 5,000 people and I'm not sure that's a how representative that sample is. but maybe it's if they do it right, maybe it is representative. I wonder if there's a link here to the actual survey. Book of the Month Club survey, Atlas Shrugged. I also heard about the Book of the Month Club in connection with Will Durant. So this was a club you could join. I don't know when it started, but they would send you a book every month. You would pay a membership fee, and then I guess some panel would select a book to send you in exchange for your membership. Every month they would send you some book, and I know Will Durant's books were often chosen. I'm a big fan of Will Durant's Story of Civilization. I've talked about that on my stream before. I don't know if they're still in operation, um, but anyways, yeah, that was the organization back in the days of mail order. Well, I guess there's still now we have Amazon. So, um, or back in the days when people read physical books more than digital books. Founded in 1926. The Book of the Month Club is a U.S. subscription-based e-commerce service that offers a selection of 5 to 7 new hardcover books each month to its members. Okay, looks like maybe they're still in business. I haven't checked my list of chatters today. Okay. Oh, yeah, let me go to the survey. Forgot I had that up. 2 votes. One says yes, I should announce it before. And the other says it doesn't matter to me. All right. No definitive answer. All right, we're coming up on 5 hours. So maybe I'll end the stream in a few minutes, unless some topic that's really interesting comes up in the chat or somebody else calls in. Now's your chance. If you want the stream to go on for longer, say something in the chat or call in. If I stream again in 5 days, that will be Sunday. So that'll probably be my next live stream. Anyone else out there want to say hello? Maybe someone who has just been listening, not chatting. Of course, if you want to be anonymous, that's fine. All right. I'm going to end the stream now. I don't see any new chats coming in. So, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the likes, shares, comments, subscribes, and enjoy the rest of your week. And I got to time this right so that it ends without a bunch of dead air at the end. Okay. So I will see you in my next stream, maybe in 5 days from now on Sunday. Thanks. See you later. Bye bye.